Welcome to the show. We will continue the reading, part 9 of chapter 1, Mystery of the Cathedral, Fulcinelli. Let's see, let me just post this on. Having disposed of these preliminaries, we must now undertake hermetic study of the cathedral, and in order to limit our investigations, I will take as a type the Christian temple of French capital Notre Dame of Paris. Oops. God damn it. Where'd my screen go? My task is certainly a difficult one. We no longer live in the times of Monsieur Bernard, Count of Chevessy, of Zakir, or of Flamel. The centuries have left the deep mark on the face of the building. The elements have dug broad wrinkles, but the ravages of time count for little in comparison with those wrought by human madness. Revolutions have made their imprint there, a regrettable witness to anger in the common people. Vandalism, that enemy of beauty, has vented its hatred in terrible mutilations, and the restorers themselves, although having the best intentions, have not always known how to respect what iconoclasts have spread. Where's my keyboard? Was that spared? Iconoclasts had spared. Why isn't this posting? God damn it! I'm sick of rappers getting inducted in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I'm gonna ask him where his rock song is. This son of a bitch. Okay, back to this. Majestic Notre Dame of Paris was formerly raised up on a flight of 11 steps, separated only by a narrow space from the wooden houses. From the pointed crow's step gables, it gained in boldness and elegance what is lost in bulk. Today, thanks to clearances, it appears all the more massive for being more isolated, and because its porches, pillars, and buttresses rest directly on the ground. The gradual raising of the ground level all around has meant that the cathedral steps have been swallowed up one by one until none remains. Well, that's interesting. So it's formerly an 11 steps. That's very interesting. Now there's no more steps. The space in front of the cathedral was once bordered on one side by the imposing basilica itself, and on the other by a picturesque conglomeration of little buildings decorated with spires, spikes, and weathercocks. I don't know, I think that's like a lightning rod or something. These were interspersed with painted shops having carved beams and comic signs. At the corners of the buildings were niches ornamented with Madonnas or saints, flanked with turrets. Well, it sounds like a secure place. No, they don't mean that kind of turrets. Let's see here. I'm just posting this on all accounts because nobody sees when I'm online. Pepper Tub is, where was that? Flanked with turrets. pepper-top towers and bastions. In the middle of this space stood a tall, narrow stone statue, holding a book in one hand and a snake in the other. This statue was part of a monumental fountain, on which was written this couplet: Que situs heu tendas, desunt si forte licores, pergradir adamus diva paravet aquas, which means you who are thirsty, come hither. If by chance the fountain fails, the goddess has by degrees prepared the everlasting waters. The people used to call it sometimes Monsieur Legris, Mr. Gray, sometimes the dealer in gray, the gray fasting man, or the fasting man of Notre Dame. Many interpretations have been given of these strange expressions applied by the common people to an image, which the archaeologists have not been able to identify. The best explanation is the one given by Amadei of Pantheu. I'm gonna hit this over the counter inhaler. That's weird. Uh, where's that? Preconceived idea. Wait, where was that? Um, I guess I'm just gonna reread it. I don't remember where I was at. Many interpretations have been given of these strange expressions applied by the common people to an image, which the archaeologists have not been able to identify. Oh, yeah, I read that part already. Best explanation is one given by Amadi of Pantheu, which seems to me all the more interesting since the author, who was not hermetist, 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 judges without prejudice and without any preconceived idea. In front of this temple, he tells us, stood a sacred monolith, which time had rendered shapeless. The ancients called it Phobiganus, the son of Apollo. Later, the people called it Maître Pierre, meaning master stone, stone of power. It was also called Monsieur Legris, Mr. Gray, since gray signified fire, and particularly feu grisou, fire damp, or willow the wisp. Well, that's very bizarre. According to some, these unformed features resembled Asclepius, Mercury, or the god Terminus. Excuse me. According to others, there were features of Arcambad, mayor of the palace under Clovis II, who had denoted the ground on which the Hotel Droit was built. Others saw the features of Guillaume de Paris, who had built it at the same time as the portal of Notre Dame. The Abbe Labouf saw the face of Christ, others of Saint Genevieve, patron saint of Paris. Let's see. Busts of Terminus for busts of Mercury. This stone was removed in 1748 when the stone of Paris, I think it's supposed to be Paris de Notre Dame, not Parvis, must be mistype. Paris of Notre Dame was enlarged. At about the same time, the chapter of Notre Dame received the order to suppress the statue of Saint Christopher. This colossus, painted gray, stood back to the first pillar on the right as you enter the nave. It had been erected in 1413 by Antoine de Assarts, chamberlain to King Charles VI. Its removal suggested in 1772, but Christopher de Beaumont, Archbishop of Paris, had at that time opposed this formally. It was only at his death in 1781 that it was dragged away and broken up. Notre Dame of Amiens still has a good Christian giant carrying the child Jesus, but it must have escaped destruction only because it forms part of a wall. It is a sculpture in bas relief. Seville Cathedral has also preserved a colossal St. Christopher, the form of a fresco. St. Christopher in the church of St. Jacques le Bachary was destroyed with this building, with the building. And Auxerre Cathedral's fine statue dating from 1539 was destroyed by order in 1768. Only a few years before the one in Paris. What is the temperature in here? Hold on, I'm gonna turn the AC up a little bit. Well, I guess I don't have any viewers. Well, I ain't got no viewers. And I'm up here on a skewer. uh, behind such acts, there must obviously have been powerful motives. Although they do not appear to be to me to be justified, we can, however, find their cause in symbolical expression drawn from the legend condensed. Doubtless, all too clearly by the image Saint Christopher, whose primitive name Offerus is revealed to us by Jacques de Varagine, signifies to the masses he who carries Christ, from the Greek Zeus or something. But the phonetic Kabbalah discloses another meaning, which is adequate and in conformity with the Hermetic doctrine. Christopher stands for chrysofer, he who carries gold. From this one, from this one can better understand the extreme importance of the symbol of Saint Christopher. It is the hieroglyph of the solar sulfur, Jesus, of the nascent gold, raised on the mercurial waters and then carried by the proper energy of this mercury to the degree of power possessed by the elixir. According to Aristotle, the emblematic color of mercury is gray or violet, which explains sufficiently why the statues of Saint Christopher were given a coating of that color, gray or violet. A certain number of old engravings of the Colossus kept the Cabinet des Estampes in the Bibliothèque Nationale are executed in simple outline and history. The oldest dates from Beastry. Oldest dates from 1418. Keep in mind, this is one of the books that Bill Cooper was reading before he died, and that he never got to finish his review of this book, and that the this book is a very complex book to go on. At Rocamadour, LOT, they still point out a gigantic statue of St. Christopher raised up on the St. Michael Heights and predating the church. Beside it, an old iron bound chest is to be seen. Above which the rough stump of a sword is sticking out of the rock and secured with a chain. Legend would have it that this fragment was part of the famous sword Durundal, which the paladin Roland broke when making the breach at Rencavu. However, However, that may be, the truth behind these symbols is highly transparent. The sword which opens up the rock, Moses' rod which made water flow from the rock of Horeb, the scepter of the goddess Rhea, with, with which she struck the Mount Dindymus, and the javelin of Atalanta are all one and the same hieroglyph of this hidden matter of the philosophers, whose nature is indicated by St. Christopher and the result by an iron bound chest. I am sorry not to be able to say more about this magnificent emblem, which had the first place reserved for it in the Gothic basilicas. No precise and detailed description has come down to us of those giant figures, those groups which were admirably in their teaching, but which are superficial and decadent, age removed, without even the excuse of urgent necessity. The 18th century, the reign of aristocracy and of wit, of court priests, powdered marquises, bewigged gentlemen, and that age blessed in dancing masters, madrigals, and Watteau shepherdesses. What that brilliant and perverse, frivolous and mannered century, which was to be submerged in blood, was particularly hostile to Gothic works of art, carried along by a great tide of decadence. What's going on, Pedro? Decadence, which under Francis I took the paradoxical name of the Renaissance. The artists of the time were incapable of making an effort equal to that of their ancestors. Being entirely ignorant of medieval symbolism, they applied themselves to reproducing bastard works without taste, without character, without esoteric thought, rather than to pursuing and developing admirable and healthy French originality. Architects, painters, and sculptors, preferring their own glory to that of the art, looked to ancient models copied in Italy. The builders of the Middle Ages had the natural attributes of faith and modesty. The anonymous creators of pure works of art. They built for truth, for the affirmation of their ideal, for the propagation and the nobility of their science. Those of the Renaissance, preoccupied above all by their personality, jealous of their worth, built their own future fame. The Middle Ages owed their splendor to the originality of their creations. The Renaissance owed its vogue to the servile fidelity of its copies. The former was an idea, the latter a fashion. On one side, genius, on the other, talent. In Gothic art, the actual execution remains subordinate to the idea. In Renaissance art, it dominates and obliterates the idea. Subordinate to the idea. Yeah. So the Renaissance destroyed the art. The one that appeals to the heart, to the brain, to the soul. It is the triumph of the spirit. Of spirit. The other is directed to the senses. It is the glorification of matter. From the 12th to the 15th century, there was poverty of media, but a wealth of expression. From the 16th century onwards, art has shown beauty in form, but mediocrity of invention. The medieval masters knew how to animate common limestone. The artists of the Renaissance left their marble inert and cold. It is the antagonism of these two periods, born of opposing concepts, which explains the scorn shown by the Renaissance and its deep hatred of everything Gothic. Such a state of mind was bound to be fatal to the work of the Middle Ages, and it is indeed to this that we must attribute the innumerable mutilations which we deplore today. Uh, so now we're on to the next chapter, Paris, part 1. Cathedral of Paris, like most French cathedrals, is dedicated to the Blessed Virgin Mary or the Virgin Mother. Common people of France call these churches Notre Dames. In Sicily, they have the even more expressive name of mattresses. Thus, there are many temples dedicated to the Mother, Latin mater or matris. What's going on, Spark? To the matrona, in the primitive sense, a word which has been corrupted into Madonna, which is Italian for Madonna, my lady, and by extension, our lady, Notre Dame. Let us pass the railing of the porch and begin our study of the facade with the great portal called the central porch, or porch of judgment. The pier which divides the entrance bay shows a series of allegorical representations of the medieval sciences. A series of allegorical representations of medieval sciences. In the place of honor facing the Parvis, alchemy is represented by a woman with her head touching the clouds. Seated on a throne, she holds in her left hand a scepter, sign of royal power, while in her right hand supports two books, one closed, or esotericism, and the other open, exotericism. Supported between her knees and leaning against her chest is the ladder with 9 rungs, Scala Philosophorum Biero, glyph of the patience which the faithful must possess in the course of the 9 successive operations of the Hermetic labor. Patience is the philosopher's ladder. Valois tells us the humility is the door to the garden, for whosoever will persevere without pride and without envy, on him God will show mercy. That is the title of the philosophical chapter of the Mutus Liber, the Gothic cathedral, the frontispiece of this occult Bible, with its massive pages of stone, the imprint, the seal of the secular great work, on the very face of the Christian great work. It could not be better situated than on the very threshold of the main entrance. Thus, the cathedral appears to be based on alchemical science, on the science which investigates the transformation of the original substance, elementary matter, or Latin for materia, or root mater or mother, from the Virgin Mother, the transformations of the original substance, elementary matter for the Virgin Mother, stripped of her symbolical veil, is none other than the personification of the primitive substance used by the principle, creator of all that is for the furtherance of his design. This is the meaning, and indeed a very clear one, of this strange epitaph, which we read in the Mass of Immaculate Conception of the Virgin, of which the text reads, "The Lord possessed me at the beginning of his ways. I existed before he formed any creature. I existed from all eternity, before the earth was created. The abysses were not yet, and already I was conceived. The fountains had not yet come out of the earth. The heavy mass of the mountains had not yet been formed. I was begotten before the hills. He had created neither the earth nor the rivers nor strengthened the world on its poles. When he prepared the heavens, I was present. When he confined the abysses within." Now, what's going on? Yeah, so there's the depiction. I don't know if I'm zoomed in too far, but you can see the mater on the throne with the clouds by her head, the ladder of 9 rungs, one book open, one book closed, the scepter in the hand, very reminiscent of the tarot card. When he prepared the heavens, I was present, and when he confined the abysses within, their bounds and prescribed any inviolable law. When he confined the air above the earth, when he balanced the waters of the fountains, when he shut up the sea within its limits and imposed the law on the waters, so that they should not pass their bounds. When he laid the foundations of the earth, I was with him and regulated all things. Obviously, what is dealt with here is the very essence of things. Indeed, the litanies tell us that the Virgin is a vase containing the spirit of things, vas spiritual. On the table, breast high to the Magi, Atelia, Etiella, Etiella, tells us where on one side of the book or a series of golden pages or plates, the book of Thoth, and on the other side a vase full of celestial astral liquid. Keep in mind the book of Thoth is simply the tarot cards, consisting of one part of wild honey. Also, the book of Thoth is also called the book of Adam, as in Adam and Eve, consisting of one part of wild honey, one part of terrestrial water, and a third of celestial water. The secret, the mystery was therefore in this vase. The singular virgin, Virgo singularis, the church expressly calls her, is in addition glorified in her names which denote clearly enough her positive origin. Is she not also called the palm tree of patience, Palma patiente, and the lily among the thorns, Lilium inter spinis, Samson's symbolic honey, Gideon's fleece, the mystic rose, the gateway to heaven, the house of gold, etc. The same texts also call Mary the seat of wisdom, and worth, in other words, the subject of the Hermetic science of universal wisdom. In the symbolism of planetary metals, she is the moon, who receives the rays of the sun and keeps them secretly in her breast. She is the dispenser of the passive substance, which the solar spirit comes to animate. Mary, Virgin, and Mother then represent forms. Elias, the Son, God, and the Father is emblem of vital spirit. Represent form. Wait. From the union of these two principles, living matter results. Subject to the vicissitudes of the laws of mutation and progression, thus is Jesus, the incarnate spirit, fire incorporated in things here below. And the Word was made flesh and dwelt among us. On the other hand, the Bible tells us that Mary, mother of Jesus, was the stem of Jesse. Now, the Hebrew word Jess means fire. It's title of famous. Oh, okay. Wait. Well, what's it? Thus is Jesus, the incarnate spirit, fire incorporated in things here below. The Son, the divinity. To be the stem of Jesse is to be of the race of the sun, of fire, since matter derives from the solar fire. It was, as we have just seen, the very name Jesus appears to us in its original and celestial splendor, fire, sun, and God. Finally, in the Ave Regina, the Virgin is properly called Root, or Salve Radix, to show that she is the principle and the beginning of all things. Hail, root by which the light has shone on the world. These are reflections suggested by the expressive bas relief which greets the visitor under the porch of the basilica. Hermetic philosophy, the ancient Speguric art, welcomes him to the Gothic church, the alchemical temple par excellence. For the whole cathedral is just a silent witness and images the ancient science of Hermes, and it has even managed to preserve one of the ancient craftsmen. Notre Dame has indeed kept its alchemist. If moved by curiosity or simple wishing to give some purpose to the summer stroll, you climb the spiral staircase leading to the high parts of the building. You should make your way slowly along the path, hollowed out like a channel at the top of the second gallery. Once you are in the vicinity of the main axis of the majestic building, at the re-entrant angle of the north tower, you will see in the middle of the procession of monsters a large, striking stone relief of an old man. This is he, the alchemist of Notre Dame. Plaque 3, wearing a Phrygian cap, a tribute of the adept, negligently placed on his long, thickly curly hair, and the scholar dressed in his. Oh, there he is right there. Okay, well, I'm going to read this thing. This footnote here. The Phrygian cap, which was worn by the sans-culottes and acted as sort of a protective talisman in the midst of the revolutionary slaughter, as a distinctive sign of the initiates. In the analysis which he made of the work of Lombarde de Longres, entitled History des Jacobins, depuis 1789, depuis jusqu'à ce jour, où était de l'Europe en Novembre 1820, Paris 1820. The scholar Pierre Dujals writes that for the grade of the epopt in the Eleusinian mysteries, the new member was asked whether he felt in himself the strength, the will, and the devotion necessary for him to set his hand to the great work. Then a red cap was put on his head while this formula was pronounced. Cover yourself with this cap. It is worth more than the king's crown. Few suspected that this hat, called labiria in the Mithraic rituals, and which formerly denoted the freed slaves, was a Masonic symbol and the supreme mark of initiation. It is not therefore surprising to see it represented on our coins and on our public monuments. Also note that the Phrygian cap is still on the seal of France, the royal seal, or the official country coat of arms. I mean, what was that here? Wearing a Phrygian cap, a tribute to the adept negligently placed on his long blah blah. Okay, so they're talking about that statue. Working cape as leaning in one hand and a balustrade and stroking his full silky beard with the other. He is not meditating, he is observing. His eye is fixed. I thought I said fixated. Smash that motherfucking like button. His eye is fixed, his look is strangely acute. The philosopher's whole attitude suggests extreme emotion. The slope of his shoulders, the forward thrust of his head and chest betray indeed the greatest surprise. Surely that hand of stone is coming to life. Is it illusion? You would think you saw it tremble. What a splendid figure he is, the old master. Anxiously and attentively he is scrutinizing and inquiring into the evolution of mineral life, and finally he contemplates in amazement the prodigy which his faith alone has let him perceive. Prodigy, the initiate. And how poor are the modern statues of our learned men, whether though whether they are cast in bronze or sculpted in marble, set beside this venerable figure, so simple yet powerfully realistic. Okay, so there's the old man of the cathedral. The basement of the facade, which extends below the three porches, is entirely dedicated to our science. And this collection of images, as strange as they are instructive, is a veritable feast for anyone who deciphers hermetic enigmas. It is here that we are going to find in stone the name of the subject of the wise. Here that we shall witness the processing of the secret solvent, and here finally that we shall follow, step by step, the work of making the elixir from calcination to ultimate concoction. But in order to keep some sort of method in this study, we shall always observe the order in which the figures succeed one another, proceeding from the exterior of the door of the porch as the faithful would do on entering the sanctuary, and the lateral surfaces of the piers on each side of the great doorway. We shall find two little bas reliefs at eye level, each fitting into the pointed arch. This one on the left pillar shows us the alchemist discovering the mysterious fountain, which Le Trevisan describes in the last parable of his book on the La Philosophie Naturelle des Métaux. The artist has come a long way. He has taken false turnings and wandering in doubtful paths. But finally, as joy bursts forth, the stream of living water flows at his feet. It gushes out, bubbling from the old hollow oak. Our adept has hit the target, and so scorning the bow and the arrows with which, like Cadmus, he pierced the serpent, he watches the welling of this clear spring, whose virtue as a solvent and whose volatile spirit are indicated to him by a bird perched on a tree. But what is the occult fountain? What is the nature of this powerful solvent, capable of penetrating every metal, gold in particular, and with the help of the dissolved body, of accomplishing the great task in its entirety? These are such deep riddles that they have discouraged a considerable number of seekers. All, or almost all, have battered their heads against the impenetrable wall set up by the philosophers to guard their citadel. Uh, in the mythology, it is called Lebethra, and is said to have been a fountain of magnesia. Near it was another spring called the Rock. Both of them issued from a large rock, shaped like a woman's bosom, the water seeming to flow like milk from her two breasts. Now we know that the ancient authors called the matter of the work our magnesia, and the liquid extracted from this magnesia is called Fergen's milk. Here there is a clue. As for the allegory of the mixing or combination of this primitive water issuing from the chaos of the wise, with the second water, different in nature, although the same kind, this allegory is clear enough and sufficiently expressive. This combination gives rise to a third water, which does not wet the hands, which the philosophers have sometimes called mercury, sometimes sulfur, according to whether they were considering the quality of the water or its physical aspect. In the treatise of Azoth, attributed to the most famous monk of Erfurth, Basil Valentine, but which seems rather to be uh, okay. So there's the image of the fountain at the foot of the old oak. It's kind of hard to see. So there's the dude, and there's the oak, and here's the fountain. Excuse me. What was that saying? The treatise of Azoth, famous monk, Erfurth, seems, but which seems rather to have been the work of Senior Zadith. There is a woodcut representing a crowned nymph or siren swimming in the sea and making two jets of milk spurt from her rounded breast to mingle with the waves. The Arab authors called this fountain Holmat. They tell us further that its waters bestow immortality in the prophet Elias, or the sun. They located this famous spring in Mud Hollow, a word whose roots means dark and gloomy sea, which brings out clearly the elemental confusion which the wise attributed to their chaos or first matter. Chaos. There is a painted version of this fable of the fable I've just mentioned in the little church in Brixen, Tyrol. This strange picture described by Mission and mentioned by Witowski appears to be a religious version of the same chemical theme. Jesus makes the blood from his side, pierced by the lance of Longinus, flow into a large bowl. The Virgin squeezes her breasts, and the milk spurting from them falls into the same receptacle. The overflow goes into a second bowl and is lost down an abyss in flame. There, souls in purgatory of both sexes and with breast bare make haste to receive this precious liquid, which comforts and refreshes them. Keep in mind, it's all symbolism. The bottom of this old painting is an inscription in Church Latin: Dam fluit e Christi benedicti vulneri sanguis. So something of Jesus, something blood. Et dam virginium Pia Virgo permit. Excuse me. Lac fuit es sanguis. So something of the blood. Sanguis con conjungit conjungitor et lac. This better have a translation than this. Okay, here it is at the bottom. While the blood flows from the blessed wound of Christ and the Holy Virgin presses her virginal breast, the milk and the blood spurt out and are mixed and become the fountain of life and the spring of well-being. Okay. Let's see. So, where's that here? It is said by the adept Nicholas Flamel possessed this book, giving the symbolical figures of Abraham the Jew. That's the name of a book, which he displayed in the scribe's booth. Well, I think it's a book, maybe a painting. Among the descriptions accompanying these figures, I would mention two, which, excuse me, refer to the mysterious fountain and its components. Here is the original text of these two captions. The third figure depicts and represents a garden enclosed by a hedge and having many beds. In the middle there is an old hollow oak, at the foot of which on one side there is a rose tree with golden leaves and white and red roses. This rose tree encompasses the oak all the way up, close to its branches. At the foot of this hollow oak there bubbles a fountain, as clear as silver, which disappears into the ground. Among those who seek it are 4 blind men, who are hoeing for it, and 4 others who are looking for it without digging. The fountain is in front of them, but they cannot find it, except one man who weighs the water in his hand. It is this last character who is the subject of sculptured motif at Notre Dame in Paris. The preparation of the solvent in question is related to the explanation, which accompanies the next figure. Fourth figure, the field. A field is depicted in which a crowned king, dressed in red in the Jewish fashion, holds a naked sword. 2 soldiers are killing the children of 2 mothers. While the mothers, sitting on the ground, weep for their little ones, 2 other soldiers pour blood into a large bowl, full of said blood, while the sun and moon descend from the sky or the clouds to bathe in it. There are 6 soldiers clad in white armor, the king making the 7th, and that there are also 7 dead innocents and 2 mothers, one of whom, weeping and wiping her face with a handkerchief, is dressed in blue, while the other is also weeping, is dressed in red. Keep in mind, it's all symbolism. Let me also mention the figure of Trismosin's book, which is more or less similar to Abraham's third figure. It shows an oak from whose foot, encircled by a gold crown, issues a secret stream, which flows away into the distance. In the foliage of the tree, white birds are disporting themselves, with the exception of a crow, which appears to be asleep and which a poorly dressed man on a ladder is about to catch. In the foreground of this rustic scene, there are two sophists, elegantly dressed in sumptuous materials, who are discussing and arguing a scientific point without noticing the oak tree behind, without seeing the fountain flowing at their feet. Uh, well, it's weird because sometime I was tripping. Me and my friend could hear an underground stream. Uh, it's very bizarre. I think I'm gonna roll a joint here. Some roaches. Roll the joint. Roll the joint. Roll. Nah, that doesn't sound cool. Uh, Finally, let me add the esoteric tradition of the fountain of life. Uh, may be found in material form in the sacred wells associated with most Gothic churches of the Middle Ages. The water drawn from them, as usually, wait, the water drawn from them was usually thought to have curative value and was used in the treatment of certain illnesses. Abbon, in his poem "The Siege of Paris by the Normans," reports various incidents attesting to the marvelous properties of the water from the well of Saint Germain des Prés, which was bored at the back of the sanctuary of the celebrated Abbey Church. Similarly, the water from the well of Saint Marcellus in Paris, dug in the church near the tombstone of the venerable bishop, was found, according to Gregory of Tours, to be a powerful remedy for various diseases. Uh, well, let's see. Just looking up for something to break up a joint on. Oh, what the fuck is that? Various diseases. Where was that? Or did it say illnesses? No. There it is. Okay. To this day, there exists a miraculous holy well called the Well of the Holy Virgin inside the Gothic Church of Notre Dame at Lapine, Marne, and a similar well in the middle of the choir of Notre Dame at Limoux, or Aude, whose water is said to cure all diseases. It bears this inscription. Excuse me. Omni qui bibit hanc aquam, si fidem attit salvis erit. Whoever drinks this water will be cured, provided he also believes. I shall soon have occasion to refer again to this Pontic water, to which the philosophers have given a host of more or less suggestive names. On the opposite pier, facing the carved motif explaining the properties and the nature of the secret agent, we can watch the coction of the philosophic compost. This time, the artist watches over the product of his labor. Our knight, clad in armor with greaves on his legs and his shield on his arm, has taken up his position on what seems to be the rampart of a fortress, judging by his battlements which surround it. With a defensive movement, he holds his javelin against some indistinct forms, rays, tongues of the flame, question mark, which it is unfortunately impossible to identify because the molding is so mutilated. Behind the warrior, a strange little building composed of crenellated arched base supported on four pillars is crowned by a segmented dome with a spherical keystone. Pointed flaming mast under the lower archway shows clearly the use of which this is to be put. This curious tower, a miniature castle, is the instrument of the great work, the Athener, the occult furnace with two flames, potential and actual, known to all disciples, but debased by the great number of descriptions and pictures made of it. Immediately above these figures are reproduced two subjects which seem to form a component to them, but since the esoteric meaning is here hidden behind sacred objects and scenes from the Bible, I shall avoid speaking about them, to evade reproach for an arbitrary interpretation. Some great scholars among the ancient masters have not been afraid to explain the parables of Scripture in the alchemical terms, since they may be interpreted in so many ways. Hermetic philosophy often invokes the authority of Genesis as an analogy of the first task of the work. A number of allegories from the Old and New Testament take on an unexpected aspect when related to alchemy. Such precedents should both encourage me and present me with an excuse. However, I prefer to use only those themes which are of an indisputably profane nature, leaving gentle investigators to draw their own conclusions about others. Uh, the Hermetic subjects on the stylobate extend in two rows, one above the other, to the right and left of the porch. The lower row is composed of 12 medallions and the upper of 12 figures. The latter is represented personages seated on solid pedestals with groomed ornament, sometimes recessed and sometimes in relief, placed between the pillars of trilobate arcades. All the figures hold dices ornamented with various emblems relating to the alchemical work. Beginning with the upper row, left hand side, first bas relief shows the image of a crow, symbolized of the color black. The woman who holds it in her lap symbolized putrefaction. Uh, yeah, so here's the one picture with the spear, the dude with the shield. It's kind of hard to see. Alchemist protects the thinner against external influences. Yeah, so you can see like fire or something coming from up here. Then here's the putrefaction lady. The crow, putrefaction. Remember at the beginning of the book, there's a crow. Let's see here. Let us pause a moment at the hieroglyph of the crow, because it conceals an important point of our science. In fact, in the ancient in the concoction of the philosophical rebus, it represents the color black, or the first appearance of decomposition, resulting from the perfect mixture of the matters of the egg. The egg, it's capitalized. According to the philosophers, that is a certain indication of future success, the outward sign of the exact preparation of the compost. The crow is, in a sense, the official seal of the work. It is the same way that the star is a signature of the initial subject. However, this blackness, which the artist hopes to obtain, which he anxiously awaits, the sight of which satisfies his desires and fills him with joy, does not appear only during the concoction. The black bird shows itself several times, and this frequency makes it possible for the authors to introduce confusion into the order of operations. According to Le Breton, there are four putrefacions in the philosophical work. The first is the first separation. The second is the first conjunction. The third is the second conjunction of the heavy water with its salt. Finally, the fourth is the fixation of the sulfur. In each of these putrefacions, the blackness comes. So our old masters have had sport in covering the secret with a heavy veil and mixing the specific qualities of the various substances during the four operations which show the color black, the black color. Thus, it becomes very laborious to separate them and to define clearly what belongs to each one of them. Here are some quotations which may enlighten the investigator to enable him to find his way through the murky labyrinth. The second operation, writes La Cavalier in Kanu, the wise artist fixes the general soul of the world in common gold, and purifies the earthly and immobile soul. And the operation of the putrefaction, which they call the crow's head, is very long This is followed by a third multiplication by adding the philosophical matter or the general soul of the world. Keep in mind it's all symbols. Two successive operations are clearly indicated here. The first of which ends and the second begins after the appearance of the black coloration, which is not the case in concoction. The valuable anonymous manuscript of the 18th century speaks as follows of this first putrefaction, which must not be confused with the others. Where was I? If the matter is not corrupt, mortified, says this work, you cannot extract our elements and our principles in order to help you in this difficulty. Yeah, I'm just rolling up a roach joint here. I will give you signs by which to recognize it. Some philosophers have also pointed this out. Maureen says, quote, must show some acidity and have a certain smell of the grave. Well, I hope nobody knows what the fuck that smells like, because I wouldn't want to. Philoleth says it must appear like a fish's eye, that is to say, little bubbles on the surface, and it must appear to foam, for that is the sign that the matter is fermenting and boiling. This fermentation is extremely lengthy, and you must have plenty of patience, because it is done by our secret fire, which is the only agent capable of opening, subliming, and putrefying. Keep in mind, this is all symbolism. Uh, But of all the descriptions, those referring to the crow or black color of the concoction are by far the most numerous and most fundamental, because they embrace the character of all other operations. Bernard Trevisan expresses himself thus. Note that when our compost begins to be steeped in our permanent water, when all the compost becomes like melted pitch and is blackened like coal, and it is at the point of compost is called black pitch, burnt salt, molten lead, impure Latin, magnesia, and John's blackbird. For now the black cloud is seen floating sweetly and gently through the middle part of the vessel, being raised above the vessel, and the bottom of the latter is the matter, melted like pitch and remaining totally dissolved. Jacques de Bourg, Saint Saturnin, speaks of this cloud, saying, O blessed cloud which floats up through our vessel. This is the eclipse of the sun, of which Raymond speaks. And when this mass is thus blackened, it is said to be dead and deprived of its form. The humidity is shown colored like quicksilver, black and stinking. Formerly it was dry, white, sweet smelling, and ardent, freed from sulfur in the first. So yeah, he revealed that the it's about a solar eclipse, freed from the sulfur in the first operation, and now to be purified in the second operation. Therefore, the body is deprived of its soul, which it had at first and is now black and ugly. This mass, which is black or blackened in this way, is the key, the beginning of the sign of discovery of our perfect way of working, the second process of our precious stone. Excuse me. For this reason, says Hermes, when the blackness is seen, have faith that you have been in the right path and have kept to the right way. Batzdorf, presumed by some to be the author of a classic work, which others attribute to Gaston de Cloves, teaches the putrefaction begins when the blackness appears, and that it is then the sign of the task performed exactly in accordance with nature. He adds, the philosophers have given it various names, such as the West, the shadows, the eclipse, leprosy, the crow's head, death, the mortification of Mercury. It appears then that through this putrefaction, putrefaction, that the separation of, I think it's supposed to say putrefaction, separation is made of the pure and the impure. Further, the signs of a good and true Putrefaction are the very intense and deep blackness and foul offensive smell called toxicum or toxicum et venenum by the philosophers. A smell, however, which cannot be perceived by the nose, but only by the understanding. You gotta love this book. It would not be. Hold on, let me just roll this joint here. Any questions about what I've read so far? Uh, yeah, you in the back. Why is my camera frozen? Okay, you in the back. I seen you raise your hand. There's only 4 people. Okay. Where was I at here? Hold on, let me just roll this joint. It's taking forever. It's easier to just roll it and then not read while I roll it. Okay. Let's see here. Where was I at? Blah, blah. It would not be any further use to the student to continue these quotations, so let us stop them now and return to the hermetic figures of Notre Dame. Well, why wouldn't it? He's not going to say the rest. Who fucks my later up? The second bas relief shows the effigy of the philosophic Mercury, a snake coiled round a golden wand. Abraham the Jew, also known as Eliezer, well, I didn't know that, also known as Eliezer, made use of it in the book which came into possession of Flamel, which is in no way surprising since we meet this symbol during the whole medieval period. The snake indicates the incisive and solvent nature of the mercury, which avidly absorbs the metallic sulfur and holds it so powerfully that the cohesion cannot later be overcome. This is the poisoned worm, which infects everything with its venom. Let me just read these. The name key is given to every radical, i.e., irreducible alchemical solution, and this term is sometimes extended to menstrue or solvents which can bring it about. Okay. Where's that? Affects everything in its venom. Mentioned in ancient something of the knights. The ancient something of the knights, cavaliers. Guerre de Cavaliers, ancient guard of cavaliers. This reptile is the aspect of Mercury in its first state. The golden wand is the corporeal sulfur, which is added to it. Uh, where is that here? The solution of the sulfur. Or, in other words, its absorption by the mercury has given rise to the great diversity of emblems. But the resulting body, which is homogeneous and perfectly prepared, retains philosopher's mercury as its name and the caduceus as its symbol. It is the first class matter or compound. The vitriolated egg, which requires only gradual cooking in order to be transformed first into red sulfur. Keep in mind, this is all symbolism. Then into elixir. The third time into the universal medicine. In our work, the philosophers affirm mercury alone is sufficient. We're talking about symbol of wisdom. A woman who, a woman, her long hair streaming like flame comes next. She personifies calcination and holds against her chest the disc of the salamander, which lives in the fire and feeds on fire. This fabulous lizard stands for nothing else but the incombustible and fixed central salt, which preserves its name even in the ashes of calcinated metals, in which the ancients called metallic seed. The parts of the body which can be burnt are destroyed in the violence of igneous process. Only the pure, unaltered parts resist, and although they are very fixed, they can be extracted by percolation. Uh, this is at least the spagyric expression of calcination, a simile used by authors to exemplify the general idea which one should have of the hermetic work. However, our masters in the art have been careful to draw the reader's attention to the fundamental difference which exists between ordinary calcination, such as carried out by chemical laboratories, and the one that which the initiate operates in the philosopher's closet. The latter kind of calcination is not achieved by any ordinary fire, and does not need the assistance of any reflector, but requires the help of an occult agent, of a secret fire, which, to give a hint about its form, is more like water than flame. This fire, or burning water, is a vital spark communicated by the Creator to inert matter. It is the spirit enclosed within things. I'm not sure what he means by that. I think I'm gonna skip those footnotes. So there's the staff, the serpent on the disc, uh, Mercury. There's the salamander, calcination. Ouch. The imperishable fiery ray imprisoned at the bottom of the dark, formless, and frigid substance. Here I touch in the greatest secret of the work. I touch on the greatest secret of the work. Remembering, alas, that I myself was held up by this difficulty for more than 20 years, I would gladly cut this Gordian knot for the benefit of those aspiring to our science. Were I allowed to profane a mystery whose revelation rests with the Father of lights, to my great regret, I can do no more than point out the danger, and, in company with the most eminent philosophers, advise you to read attentively Artificius Pontanus in the little work entitled Epistola de Igni Philosophorum. There you will find a valuable indications on the nature and the characteristics of this watery fire, or fiery water. These teachings can be completed by the two following texts. Hold on, I just want to see if I can find that book here. Oops, wrong button. Epistola de Igni Philosophorum. Okay, looks like there's a Internet Archive version, but I try to get the okay, yeah. Here we go. Zoroaster. Oh, this is old English. 120 pages. Okay, looks doable. I'm gonna put the link in the thing here in case you wanna also download it and read it. This other book that's mentioning there you'll find valuable indicate. Wait. These teachings can be completed by the two following texts. The anonymous author of the Preceptus de Pierre Abraham says this primitive and celestial water must be drawn from the body. where it resides, which body, in my opinion, is expressed in 7 letters, signifying the cause of all things, of all beings. A cause not specifically limited to the house of Aries, and engendering its son. It is to this water that the philosophers have given so many names, and it is the universal solvent, the life and health of everything. The philosophers say that it is this water that the sun and moon bathe, and that they dissolve of their own accord in this water, which is their first origin. It is through this dissolution that they are said to die. Their spirits are carried on the waters of the sea, in which they are swallowed up. Whatever people say, my son, about there being other ways of dissolving these bodies into their first matter, hold fast to what I am telling you, because I know it from my experience, from the transmission of the ancients. Limijon de Saint Didier writes in the same way: secret fire of the wise is a fire which the artist prepares according to the art, or which he can at any rate have prepared by those having perfect knowledge of chemistry. This fire is not really hot, but it is a fiery spirit introduced into the subject, having the same nature as the stone, and being moderately excited by the exterior fire, it it calcines the stone, dissolves it, sublimes it, turns it into dry water, as the cosmopolite says. Smash that motherfucking like button. Further, we shall soon find other figures referring either to the production or to the qualities of the secret fire enclosed in water, which constitutes the universal solvent. Now, the matter which is used to prepare it is the very object of the fourth motif. A man shows an image of the ram and holds in his right hand an object which unfortunately cannot be distinguished today. Is it a mineral, a fragment of an emblem, a utensil, or a piece of material? I do not know. Time and vandalism have had their way. At any rate, the ram remains. In the man, the hieroglyph of the male metallic principle personifies it. This helps us to understand these words of Pemiti. The adepts say that they draw their steel from the belly of Ares, and they also call this steel their lodestone. This is succeeded by evolution, showing the oriflamme with its 3 pennants, the triple colors of the work, which are described in the classical works. I'm assuming it's talking about red, white, and blue. Oh, nope, sorry, black, white, and red. That's what I was just like the Nazis. 3 colors succeed one another in an invariable order, going from black through white to red. But since, according to the old saying, natura non facit saltus, nature does not proceed by a leap, there are many intermediate stages between these 3 principal ones. The artist does not attach much importance to them because they are superficial and fleeting. They serve only as the witness for the continuity of the progress of the internal changes. As for the main colors, they last longer than these transitory shades and have profound effect on the matter itself, marking a change of state into chemical constitution. None of those fugitive and more or less brilliant tints are meant here, which play upon the surface of the bath, but rather the colorings within the body itself, which are translated into the outside and which reabsorb all the others. I believe it is wise to stress this important point. These colored phases, referring specifically to a concoction phase in the great work, have always served as a symbolical prototype. A precise meaning, and sometimes quite a lengthy one, was attributed to each of them in order that they might be used as a veil, behind which contain concrete truths might be given. In this way, a language of colors intimately connected with religion has been in. Oh, there's that one relief. What is this? Universal Psalm. There's a. Is it the one you can't see what's in his hand? I can't tell what that is. Existence at all times. Portal 28 states this, and it reappears in the Middle Ages in the stained glass windows of the Gothic cathedrals. Color black was given to Saturn. Spagyric art, he is the hieroglyph for lead. In astrology, the maleficent planet. Wait, what? In Hermeticism, the black dragon, or philosopher's lead. What up, worms? In magic, the black hen, etc. In the Egyptian temples, when the new member was about to undergo the initiatory ordeals, a priest approached him and whispered this mysterious sentence in his ear: "Remember that Osiris is a black god." This is the symbolical color of the shades of the Sumerian darkness, the color of Satan, in whom black roses were offered. It is also the color of primitive chaos, in which the seeds of all things are confused and mixed. It is the sable of the science of heraldry and the emblem of the element earth, the night and death, of night and death. Just as in Genesis day succeeds night, so light succeeds darkness. Its signature is the color white. The wise assure us that when their matter has reached this degree, it is freed from all impurity, perfectly cleansed and exactly purified. It then takes on the appearance of solid granulations or shining corpuscles, reflecting like diamonds and of a dazzling whiteness. White has also been used to denote purity, simplicity, and innocence. White is the color of the initiates because the man who abandons darkness to follow light passes from the profane state to that of the initiate, the pure. He is spiritually renewed. This term white, says Pierre de Jales, has been chosen for very profound psychological reasons. The color white, as most languages attest, has always denoted nobility, candor, and purity. According to the famous Dictionnaire Manual Hebrew, uh, Dictionary of Hebrew and Chaldean of Gesenius, her, or Heur, Hur, signifies to be white. Hiram, Hiram designated the noble ones, the white ones, the pure ones. This more or less variable transcription of Hebrew her, hair, Hiram leads us to the French word haru, or happy. The Bain Haru, blessed ones, those who have been reborn and washed in the blood of the Lamb, are always represented with white garments. Everyone knows the Bain Haru, the blessed, is also the equivalent, the synonym of the initiate, the noble one, the pure one. Again, the initiates wore white. The nobles dressed in the same color. In Egypt, the shades were similarly dressed in white. Ptah, or Frey, the regenerator, was also clad in white in order to show the new birth of the pure ones or the white ones. Keep in mind these colors: the white initiate, the black priest, the clothing, and then the red cardinals. The Cathars, a sect in which the Bianchi of Florence belonged, were the pure ones from the Greek kappa, something. On the other hand, the Hebrew Shur represents transitional black, that is to say, the Ariadne, the spider in the middle of its web. The empty shell, beginning of the funeral rites, says portal represents that state of soul which is passing from night to day, from death into life. Remember that Ariadne was also another root word connected with Aryan or Orient. Those three words were all the same word. As for red, the symbol of fire, it shows exaltation, predominance of spirit over matter, sovereignty, power, and apostleship. The philosophic stone obtained in the volatile and fusible form of the crystal red powder because penetrating and capable of curing leprosy. That is to say, of transmuting into gold, whose ordinary metals, whose tendency to rust renders them inferior, imperfect, sick, or infirm. Paracelsus in the Book of Images, speaks thus of successive colors of the work. Although there are several elemental colors, the color blue belongs particularly to the earth, green to water, yellow to air, and red to fire. Yet the colors white and black refer directly to the spagyric art, in which the four primitive colors, i.e., black, white, yellow, and red, are also found. Black is further the root and origin of the other colors. For every black matter may be reverberated for the time necessary to it, in such a way that the other three colors will appear in succession, each in turn. White succeeds black, yellow succeeds white, and red succeeds yellow. And every matter reaching the fourth color by means of a reverberation is the tincture of things of its kind, and is to say, its nature. Uh, order to give some idea of the scope of the color symbolism and specific, especially the three major colors of the work, we may note that the Virgin is always represented draped in blue, corresponding to black, as I shall show later. God in white and Christ in red. These are national colors of the French flag, which, moreover, was invented by the Mason Louis David, and the dark blue or black represented the middle class. The white reserved for the people, the Perots or peasants, and the red for the executive or royalty. In Chaldea, the ziggurats, which were usually three-tiered towers, an example of which was the famous Tower of Babel, were faced in three colors: black, white, and reddish purple. Up up to now, I have spoken theoretically about the colors as the masters have done before me, in order to act in accordance with the philosophical doctrine and with traditional usage. Perhaps it may now be in order to write for the benefit of the sons of science in the practical rather than the speculative way, and thus to discover the difference between similitude and reality. Few philosophers have dared to venture on the slippery ground. Attila, in describing the Hermetic picture, which he claims to have had in his possession, has preserved the legend which appeared below it. Included, surprisingly enough, is the advice: do not pay too much attention to the color. What does this mean? Can the ancient author have been deceiving their readers deliberately? And what indications should the disciples of Hermes substitute for the discredited colors in order to recognize and follow the right way? Seek without becoming discouraged, since both here and at other obscure points you must make a great effort. You must have read in various parts of your works that the philosophers speak clearly only when they want to divert the attention of the uninitiated from their round table. The descriptions they give of their processes and the symbolical colors they attribute to them are of perfect clarity. Therefore, you may conclude that these observations, so fully described, must be false and illusory. Your books are sealed, like the book of the Apocalypse. They are sealed with Kabbalistic seals. You must break them one by one. The task is hard. I know, but to conquer without danger is to triumph without glory. Learn then not how one color differs from another, but rather how one process is to be distinguished from one which follows it. And first of all, what is the process? Quite simply, it is the way of growing, tending, and increasing the life with which your stone has received its birth, since its birth, excuse me. This is the modus operandi, which cannot necessarily be translated by the succession of different colors. He who knows the process, writes Philolathus, will be honored by the princes and great ones of the earth. The same author adds, we do not hide anything from you except the process. However, in order not to draw down upon my head the curse of philosophers by revealing what they have thought it their duty to leave hidden, I shall content myself with stating that the process of the stone, that is to say, its concoction, includes several others, meaning several repetitions of the same method of operation. Reflect, make use of analogy, and above all, do not desert the simple principles of nature. Consider how you must eat every day in order to maintain your vitality, how sleep is indispensable to you, because it promotes, and on one hand, the digestion and assimilation of food, and on the other hand, the renewal of those cells used up by daily work. What is what is more, must you not frequently excrete various waste products which cannot be assimilated? In the same way, your stone needs nourishment in order to increase its power, and this nourishment must be graduated or even changed at certain times. First, gave, first give milk, the more substantial meat diet will come later. And after each digestion, do not fail to remove the excrements, since your stone will be infected by them. It's talking symbolically. Remember, follow nature in this way and obey her as faithfully as you can. You will understand in what way it is fitting to carry out the coxon. When you have acquired perfect knowledge of the process, in this way you will better understand Tullius. Admonition to the puffers, those slaves to the literal meaning. Depart at once, you who sedulously seek your diverse colors in your glass vessels. You tire my ears with your black crow. You are as mad as that man in the old story who used to applaud at the theater, although he was there by himself, because he always imagined some new spectacle before his eyes. You do the same when you shed tears of joy, when you imagine that you see in your vessels your white dove, your yellow eagle, and your red pheasant. Go away, I say. Four elements and two natures. Go away, I say, far from me. If you are seeking the philosophic stone in something fixed, for the latter will no more penetrate metal bodies than the body of a man will go through solid walls. That is what I have to say to you about colors, so that in future you would leave off your useless tasks, to which I will add a word of concerning smell. The earth is black, water is white, the air becomes more yellow, the nearer it approaches the sun. The ether is completely red. In the same way, death is said to be black. Life is full of light. The purer the light, the nearer it approaches to the nature of the angels, who are pure spirits of fire. Now is not the smell of death or a corpse unpleasant or disagreeable. So with the philosophers, a foul smell denotes fixation. A pleasant smell, on the other hand, indicates volatility because it's near to life and warmth. to return to the base of the porch of Notre Dame, we shall find there in the sixth place the bas relief of the philosophy, whose disk bears the figure of a cross. This is the expression of the four elements, the sign of the two metallic principles, sun and moon, or sulfur and mercury, which are, according to Hermes, the father and mother of the stone. The motifs ornamenting the right side are less rewarding to decipher. They are blackened and worn away, having deteriorated mainly on the account of the direction in which this part of the porch faces. Swept by the west winds, 7 centuries of gales have worn some of them to the point where they are no more than blurred and indistinct outlines. On the seventh bas relief of this series, the first one on the right, we see the vertical section of Athener, the internal apparatus intended to support the philosopher's egg. The human figure holds a stone in his right hand. It is a griffin, which is shown in the next circle. This mystical monster, whose head and chest are those of an eagle, and which derives the rest of its body from the lion, teaches the investigator and conflicting qualities which he has to assemble in the philosophic matter. In this picture, we find the hieroglyph of the first conjunction, which only takes place little by little, at the same gradual pace as this painful and irksome task, which the philosophers have called their eagles. The series, wait, that's the end of a sentence. The series of operations which, when complete, leads to the intimate union of sulfur and mercury, is also called sublimation. It is by this repetition of the eagles or philosophic sublimations that the exalted mercury frees itself of its gross and earthly parts, of its superfluous humidity, and takes possession of a portion of the fixed body, which it dissolves, absorbs, and assimilates. To make the eagle fly, as the Hermetic expression goes, is to extract light from the tomb and bring it to the surface. The characteristics of every veritable sublimation. This is what the fable of Theseus and Ariadne teaches us. In this case, Theseus is the organized, manifested light which is separated from Ariadne, the spider in the middle of its web, the empty shell, the cocoon, the sheath of the butterfly, Psyche. No, my brother, writes Philolathus, that the exact preparation of the flying eagles is the first degree of perfection, and to know this requires an industrious and able spirit. We have sweated and labored much to arrive there. We have even passed sleepless nights. So you, who are only at the beginning, be sure that you will not succeed in the first operation without great labor. I'm reading Fulcinelli, Mystery of the Cathedral. I think it's written like 1924. Understand then, my brother, the words of the wise, and take note that they muster their eagles to devour the lion. And the fewer the eagles use, the fiercer the combat, and the greater the difficulty in gaining the victory. The eagle and the lion. Eagle. Eagle and the lion. I'm trying to figure out what the eagle is. Scorpio. Lion. The lion is earth. The eagle is fire, earth, and fire. Well, let me continue. In order to bring our work to perfection, no less than 7 eagles are needed, and even 9 should really be used. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about here. Our philosophic Mercury is the bird of Hermes, which is also called the goose, the swan, and sometimes the pheasant, or the phoenix. What is that? I can't see what that is. I think that's a goose with an egg or something. Goose and an egg. Sulfur and mercury. Okay. This is a variation of the procession which Joshua ordered 7 times round Jericho, whose walls fell down before the 8th time. In order to indicate the violence of the combat which precedes our conjunction, the wise have used as symbols of the two natures the eagle and the lion, which are equal in power but of contrary natures. The lion represents the terrestrial and fixed force, while the eagle expresses the airy and volatile force, so matter and fire. Coming face to face, the two champions attack and repulse one another and tear each other fiercely until the eagle, having lost its wings and the lion its head, the antagonists form a single body, that of animated Mercury, which is midway between their two natures and homogeneous in substance. I think it's talking something psychological here. I remember long ago when, as a student of the sublime science, I was applying myself to this mystery so fraught with difficult riddles. I saw a fine house being built, its decoration reflecting as it did my hermetic preoccupations, could not fail to surprise me. Above the main door were two young children, a boy and a girl, intertwined, drawing aside, lifting the veil which covers them. The top part of their bodies emerged from a mass of flowers, leaves, and fruit. The corner was ornamented with a bas relief showing a symbolical combat between an eagle and a lion, which I have just mentioned. One can easily imagine that the architect had difficulty in placing such a bulky emblem, no doubt stipulated by his uncompromising client. Okay, let's just see where the house is. Well, so engraved on this house, it says, "By a laborer I was built, disinterested and zealous. He called me Pierre Bell." So Pierre, the beautiful, yeah, the beautiful stone in 1762. Alchemy was also called celestial agriculture by, and its adepts were called laborers. Celestial agriculture. Uh, Whoa, man, this roach joint's hardcore. The ninth subject gives us the opportunity. Man, my fucking wrist hurts like crazy. I don't know what the fuck I did. I think it's just from like holding onto a phone. I don't know what the fuck is. I'm falling apart over here. I need to go fucking like do like 100 push-ups or something. Let's see here. Let's see. Secret. Oh, the ninth subject, the universal solvent, making the universal solvent. In it, a woman shows allegorically the materials necessary for the construction of the hermetic vessel. Oh shit! Uh, fuck. Where's that? Hermetic. Did this just move? Yeah, it did. She holds up a small piece of wood, looking rather like the stave of a barrel, the nature of which is revealed by the oak branch borne on the shield. Here again we find the mysterious spring, which is sculpted on the pier of the porch, but the gesture of the woman reveals the spirituality of the substance, this fire and nature, without which nothing can grow down here. It is this spirit spread over the surface of the globe which the subtle and indigenous artist must capture as and when it appears. Also, I must add, a specific body is needed to serve as a receptacle, an attracting medium containing a principle capable of receiving the spirit and embodying it. Our bodies have roots in the air and heads on the ground, say the wise. Roots in the air and heads in the ground. The spirit is the lodestone sealed in the belly of Aries, which must be seized with the speed and skill at the moment of its birth. The water which we use, writes the anonymous writer of the Clef du Cabinet Hermetique, is a water containing all the virtues of heaven and earth. That is why the general solvent of all nature, why it is the general solvent of all nature. It is this which opens the doors of our royal hermetic chamber. In it our king and our form and our queen are shut up, and thus it is their bath. It is the fountain of Trevisan, in which the king divests himself of his purple cloak, in order to clothe himself in black attire. It is true that this water is difficult to possess. This is what makes the cosmopolites say in this enigma that it was rare on the island. This author draws our attention to it more particularly by these words. It is not like water from the clouds, although it has the same appearance. In another place he describes it for us under the name of steel and magnet, since it is veritable since it is a veritable magnet, which attracts to itself all the influences of the sky, the sun, the moon, and the stars. In order to transmit them to earth. He says that this steel is found in Aries, which also marks the beginning of spring, when the sun passes through the sign of the ram. Flamel gives us quite the correct picture of the figures d'Abraham le Juif. He depicts for us an old hollowed oak, from which proceeds the fountain, whose water is being used by a gardener on the plants and flowers of a bed. The old oak, which is hollow, represents the barrel made of oak, in which he must putrefy the water to be used on the plants, in which it is made which is much better than ordinary water. Now this is the place to reveal one of the great secrets of this art, which philosophers have hidden. This is the vessel, without which you cannot carry out the putrefaction and purification of our elements, any more than one can make wine without fermenting it in a cask. Now, as the barrel is made of oak, so the vessel must be of old oak, rounded inside like a half globe, whose sides are good and stout, failing which two kegs, one over the other. Almost all philosophers have mentioned this vessel, which is absolutely necessary for this operation. Phileleths describes it by the fable of the snake Python, which Cadmus perceived through and through against the oak tree. There's a small figure in the book of the Deux Clefs, representing this same operation and the vessel in which it takes place. Out of this proceeds a great cloud of smoke, marking the fermentation and bubbling of this water. This smoke ends at a window where the sky is to be seen. In the sky are depicted the sun and the moon, showing the origin of this water, and the virtues which it contains. It is our mercurial vinegar, which comes down from the sky to the earth and which rises from the earth to the sky. We have given the text of this because it can be of use, providing always that one knows how to read with prudence and understand with wisdom. Here it is the case of repenting again that maxim, so dear to the adepts. The spirit gives life, but the letter kills. We are faced with an extremely complex symbol, that of the lion. It is complex because in view of the present bare state of the stone, we cannot be content with a single explanation. The wise have given various titles to the lion, either to express the aspect of the substances they were processing, or to emphasize a special and preponderant aspect of them. In the emblem of the griffin, the eighth motif, we saw that the lion, king of the earthly beasts, represented the fixed, basic part of the compound, which, when in contact with opposing volatility, lost the better part of itself. That is to say, it lost the part which characterized its form, or, in hieroglyphical language, its head. This time, we have this to study the animal by itself, and we do not know in what color it was originally painted. Generally, the lion is the sign of gold, both alchemical and natural. It thus represents the physico-chemical properties of these substances. But the texts give us the same name of the matter, which is receptive to the universal spirit, the sacred fire. During processing, during processing of the solvent, in both these cases, it represents power, incorruptibility, and perfection. These being drawn further indicated clearly enough by the warrior with the drawn sword, the mail clad knight displaying the king of the alchemical bestiary. The first magnetic agent which is used to prepare the solvent at designated by some alkahest is called the green lion. Not so much because of its green in color as because it has not yet acquired those mineral characteristics which in chemistry distinguish the adult state from the nascent one. It is the green and the sour fruit compared with the red ripe fruit. Ah, huh. It is metallic youth in which evolution has not yet worked, but which contains the latent germ of real energy, which will be called upon to develop later. It is arsenic and lead in respect of silver and gold. It is present in perfection, from which the great future perfection will emerge. The rudiment of our embryo, the embryo of our stone, the stone of our elixir. Certain depths, Basil Valentine among them, have called it green vitriol, in order to reveal its hot, burning, salty natures. Others have called it, excuse me, the philosopher's emerald, the dew of May, the herb of Saturn, the vegetable stone, etc. Our water takes the name of the leaves of all the trees themselves, and of everything green in color, in order to mislead the fools, says Master Arnold of Villanova. As for the red lion, according to the philosophers, it is certainly more than the same matter, or the green lion, brought by certain processes to the special quality which characterizes hermetic gold, or the red lion. This has led Basil Valentine to give the following advice, quote, dissolve and nourish the real lion with the blood of the green lion, since the fixed blood of the red lion is made of the volatile blood of the green one, which makes them both of the same nature. I'm not sure what that means. Talking about feed the ripe fruit with the premature fruit. I don't understand what that. Maybe like a new idea to feel an old idea symbology. Keep in mind, it's all symbology. I don't think there's any actual metals or anything going on here. Fixed and volatile. Of these interpretations, which is the true one? I must confess that this is the question which I am unable to solve. Without doubt, this symbolical line was either painted or gilded. Any trace of cinnabar or malachite or of metal would be immediately resolved our doubts, but nothing remains but the worn and defaced gray limestone. The stone line his secrets, preserves his secret. The extraction of the red and incombustible sulfur was shown by the figure of a monster, which combines the form of both cock and fox. It is the same symbol used by Basil Valentine in the third of his Deux Clefs. It is the splendid cloak with the salt of the stars, says the adepts, which follows the celestial sulfur, closely guarded for fear it might be spoiled, and it makes them fly like a bird. When the need arises, the cock will eat the fox, and will be drowned and suffocated in the water. Then, regaining life and from the fire, it will be devoured by the fox, in order that each may have its turn. Well, that's bizarre. The fox cock is succeeded by the bull, considered as the sign of the zodiac. This is the second month of the preparatory operations of the first work, and the first process of the elementary fire in the second. Since the bull and the ox were sacred to the sun, just as the cow was to the moon, the bull as a symbol represents sulfur, the male principle, the sun being described by Hermes as the father of the stone. The bull and the cow, the sun and the moon, sulfur and mercury, are thus hieroglyphs identical in meaning and designating the primitive contrary natures before their conjunctions. These natures are attracted by the art from imperfect mixtures. Of the 12 medallions which ornament the lower row of the base, we shall concentrate on 10, since two of the subjects have been too badly mutilated to re-establish their meaning. We will therefore regretfully pass over the formless remains of the fifth medallion and the 11th. Well, that sucks. Next to the pier which separates the central porch from the north portal, the first motif shows the unhorsed knight clinging to the mane of a spirited horse. This allegory concerns the extraction of the fixed central and pure parts of the volatile or etheric ones, the philosophical dissolution. More exactly, it is the rectification of the spirit obtained and the action of the spirit on the heavy matter. The charger, the symbol of speed and lightness, represents the spiritual substance. Its rider shows the weightiness of the gross metallic body. At each cohobation, the horse throws its rider, the volatile leaves the fixed, but the horseman immediately reasserts his right, until the exhausted animal, now vanquishes and submissive, agrees to carry this stubborn burden and cannot free itself from it. The absorption of the fixed by the volatile is carried out slowly and with difficulty. Success needs much patience and perseverance in the repeated outpouring of water on the earth, of spirit on the body. It is only by this technique, truly the long and tedious one, that one can succeed in extracting the occult salt from the red line, helped by the spirit of the green line. The charger of Notre Dame is the same as the winged Pegasus of the fable. Huh. Which, like the charger, throws its rider, whether they are called Perseus or Bellerophon. It is also the one which transports Perseus through the air to the Hesperides, and which, with the blow of its hoof, makes the fountain Hippocrene flow on Mount Hellespont. This fountain it is said, was discovered by Cadmus. On the second medallion, the initiate holds up a mirror in one hand, whilst in the other he holds the horn of Amalthea. Besides him is seen the tree of life, the mirror symbolizing the beginning of the work. The tree of life marks its end, and the horn of plenty as a result. The horn of plenty is a cornucopia, which is a common symbol of Zeus. Alchemically, the first matter, one which the artist must choose in order to begin the work, is called the mirror of the art. Commonly among the philosophers, says Maurice de Raspour, it is known as the mirror of art because it is principally through, oh damn it, oh there's that horse. It's kind of hard to see. I got another book with other pictures that's a bust out. Damn, it's got all the pictures all in a row. Knowledge of weights is that the composition of the metals, the veins, the earth has been learned. Also, it has been said that the indication of nature alone can instruct us. This is exactly what the cosmopolite also teaches when he says, in speaking of sulfur, in its kingdom there is a mirror in which the whole world is seen. Anyone looking in this mirror can see and learn the three parts of wisdom of the world, the whole world, and in this way he will become very wise in these three kingdoms, as were Aristotle, Avicenna, and many others. They, like their predecessors, saw this mirror how the world had been created. Basil Valentine in his Testamentum writes similarly. The whole body of the vitriol must be recognized only as a mirror of the philosophical science. It is a mirror in which you see our Mercury, our sun and moon appear and shine, by which you can show in an instant and prove to doubting Thomas the blindness of his crass ignorance. Pemiti does not mention this term in his dictionary of mythology and hermetics, either because he did not know it or because he voluntarily omitted it. This so common and so much despised subject becomes later the tree of life, the elixir or the philosopher's stone, nature's masterpiece, aided by human industry. The pure and rich jewel of alchemy, it is an absolute, well, the pure and rich jewel of alchemy. It is an absolute metallic synthesis and assures for the fortunate owner of this treasure the triple endowment of knowledge, fortune, and health. It is the horn of plenty, the inexhaustible source of material happiness in our terrestrial world. The horn of plenty again is the cornucopia. Let us finally remember that the mirror is the attribute of truth, prudence, and knowledge to the Greek poets and mythologists. Next comes the allegory of the weight of nature, in which the alchemist draws back the veil, covering the scales. None of the philosophers has had much to say about the secrets of weights. Basil Valentine has been content to remark that it was necessary to give a white swan for a man twice fired, which would correspond to the sigillium sapientum of Huginus Abarma. Here, the artist holds a balance, with one scale outweighing the other in the apparent ratio of 2 to 1. The cosmopolite, in his treatise on salt, is even less precise. The weight of the water, he says, must be plural, and that of the earth, colored white and red, must be singular. The author of Aphorismes, Besalens, and or the canons of Hermetics, the spirits et de me, I can't remember what this says, writes in Canon 16, quote, "We begin our hermetic work with the conjunction of the three principles, consisting in the weight of the body, which must with its half almost equal the spirit of the soul. If Raymond Lully and Philolaths have spoken of it, many have preferred to keep silent. Some have claimed that nature alone apportions the quantities, where is it? Quantities according to the mysterious harmony unknown to the art. This contradictions are only apparent. In reality, we know that philosophic mercury results from the absorption of certain part of sulfur by a determined quantity of mercury. It is thus essential to know exactly the reciprocal proportions of the components. If one is following the old way, I need not add that these proportions are wrapped up in similes and covered with obscurity, even by the most sincere authors. But one should note, on the other hand, that it is possible to substitute common gold for metallic sulfur. In this case, since the excess solvent can always be separated by distillation, the weight is brought back to a simple appreciation of consistency. You can see the scales are a valuable indication for determining the old way, in which it is apparently necessary to exclude gold. I mean common gold, which has undergone neither exaltation nor transfusion. The operations which, by modifying its properties and its physical characteristics, render it fit for the work. A special and little used solution is expressed by one of the cartouches which we are studying. It is the solution of ordinary quicksilver, in order to obtain from the common mercury of the philosophers, which the latter call our mercury, as so as to differentiate it from the liquid metal from which it comes. Although one can often find quite lengthy descriptions on this subject, I will not hide the fact that such an operation appears to be hazardous, if not dubious, in the minds of these authors authors who have spoken of it. Ordinary mercury, relieved of all impurity and perfectly exalted, would take on a fiery quality which it does not possess. It would be capable of becoming a solvent in its turn. A queen seated on a, because there's the Mercury, the reign of Saturn. The ring seated, the queen seated on the throne kicks over the servant who comes with a cup in his hand to offer her his services. One should therefore see in this technique, supposing that it could that it could supply the desired solvent, only a modification of the old way and not a special practice, since the agent always remains the same. Furthermore, I do not see what advantage could be gained from a solution of mercury obtained with the aid of the philosophic solvent, when the latter is the chief and the secret agent par excellence. This, however, is what Sabine Stuart de Cavalier claims. In order to have the philosophic mercury, writes this author, it is necessary to dissolve ordinary mercury without diminishing any of its weight, since the whole of its substance must be converted into philosophic water. The philosophers know of the natural fire which penetrates right to the heart of the mercury, and which destroys it internally. They also know of a solvent which converts it into pure and natural silver water. This water does not contain, nor must it contain, any corrosive. As soon as the mercury is freed from its bonds and is overcome by the heat, it takes the form of water, and this same water is the most precious thing in the world. Very little time is necessary to make ordinary mercury take this form. I must be excused for not being of the same opinion, since I have good reasons, based on experience, for believing that ordinary mercury deprived of the proper agent could become a water useful for the work. The service fugitivus which we need is a solid brittle mineral and metallic water, having the aspect of a stone and very easily liquefied. It is ibis, water coagulated in the form of stony mass, which is the alkahest and universal solvent. If it is right, as Philoleth's counsels, to read the philosophers which with a grain of salt, when the whole salt cellar should be used when studying Stuart de Cavalier. An old man, stiff and cold, is bent under the R of the next medallion. Weak and feeble, he is leaning on a block of stone which his left hand hidden in a sort of muff. Um it is easy to recognize here the first phase of the second work, when the hermetic rebus enclosed in the center of the Athener suffers the dislocation of its parts and tends to be mortified. It is active and gentle beginning of the fire of the wheel, symbolized by cold and by water. The embryonic season when the seeds shut up in the womb of the philosophic earth are subject to the fermentative influence of humidity. It is the reign of Saturn, which is going to appear, the emblem of radical dissolution, of decomposition, and of the color black. I am old, weak, and sick, Basil Valentine makes him say. For this reason I am shut up in a grave. The fire torments me greatly, and death tears at my skin and my bones. Demetrius, a traveler quoted by Plutarch, the Greeks beat everyone, even the braggings, relates seriously to that relates seriously that in one of the islands which he visited off the coast of England, Saturn was imprisoned and wrapped in a deep sleep. The giant Briareus, or Aegean, was the jailer of his prison. Thus did famous authors write history with the help of hermetic fables. The sixth medallion is just a fragmented repetition of the second one. The adept is seen with his hands joined in the attitude of prayer and seems to be addressing thanksgiving to nature, shown as the head and shoulders of a woman reflected in the mirror. We recognize the hieroglyph as showing the subject of the wise, the mirror in which one sees the whole of nature disclosed. On the right porch, the seventh medallion places us an old man ready to cross the threshold of this mysterious palace. He has just torn down the awning which hid the entrance from the eyes of the uninitiated. The first step in the practice has been achieved, the discovery of the agent capable of carrying out the reduction of the fixed body of reincruting it, according to the accepted expression in a form analogous to that of its first substance. The alchemists are alluding to this operation when they speak of reanimating the corporifications, that is to say, giving life to the dead metals. It is Philoleth's entrance to the closed palace of the king, and Ripley's and Basil Valentine's first door, which one must, let's see, to re-include crude technical hermetic term meaning to render raw, to put back state of previous, one characterizing maturity to retrogress. Okay. What is that? And it is Phileth's entrance to the closed place of the king, and Ripley's and Basil Valentine's first door, which one must subject to the wise entrance of the sanctuary, which one must know how to open. The old man is none other than our Mercury, the secret agent, whose nature, method of action, materials, and time of preparation have been revealed to us in several bas reliefs. As for the palace, It represents the living, philosophic, or base gold, despised by the ignorant and hidden under the rags which conceal it from our eyes, although it is extremely precious to one who knows its value. In this motif, we see the variation of the allegory of the green and red lions, of the solvent and the body to be dissolved. Indeed, to the old man whom the texts identify with Saturn, who it is said ate his children, was formerly painted green, while the interior of the palace showed the purple coloring. I shall say later to what source one may refer, in order to re-establish the meaning of all these figures. By means of the original colors, it should be also be noted that the hieroglyph of Saturn, considered as a solvent, is very ancient. On the sarcophagus at the Louvre, which had contained the mummy of a hierophant priest of Thebes named Pyorus, the god Shu can be seen on the left hand side holding up the sky with the aid of the god Canufis, the soul of the world, while at their feet crouches the god Sur, or Saturn, whose skin is green in color. The next circle enables us to witness the encounter of the old man and the crowned king, the solvent and the body, the volatile principle and the fixed metallic salt, which was incombustible and pure. This allegory has much in common with the parable of Bernard Trevisan, in which the ancient and aged priest shows himself so well acquainted with the properties of the occult fountain and its action on the king of the country, whom it loves, attracts, and swallows up. In this method, and at the time when the mercury is animated, the gold or king is dissolved little by little without violence. This is not so in the second method, in which, contrary to ordinary amalgamation, the hermetic mercury seems to attack the metal with characteristic vigor, closely resembling chemical effervescence. The wise have said, with reference to this, that the conjunction violent storms arose and waves of the sea presented the spectacle of bitter combat. Some have represented this reaction by the fight to the death of dissimilar animals, the eagle and the lion, Nicholas Flamel, the cock and the fox, Basil Valentine, etc. But in my opinion, the best description, certainly the most initiatory one, is that given by the great philosopher Cyrano de Bergerac of the terrible duel between the remora and the salamander, which took place before his very eyes. Others, they are the most numerous, have drawn upon the traditional accounts of creation for their similes. They have described the formation of the philosophical compound by comparing it to that of the terrestrial chaos, which results from the upheaval and reaction of fire and water, air and earth. Terrestrial chaos. The style of Notre Dame is no less an expressive for being more human and more familiar. Here, the two natures are represented by aggressive and quarrelsome children who have come to blows and hit each other unsparingly. At the height of the fray, one of them drops a pot, and the other a stone. It would be scarcely be possible to describe more clearly or simply the action of the pontic water on the heavy matter, and this medallion does great credit to the master who conceived it. In the series of subjects with which we will conclude the description of the figures of the great porch, it is clearly appears that the guiding principle was to group the various points in the practice of the solution. Indeed, it alone suffices to identify the way which has been taken. The solution of alchemical gold by the solvent alkahest characterizes the first way. That of common gold by our mercury indicates the second. By the latter, animated mercury is obtained. Finally, the second solution, the solution of red or white sulfur by the philosophic water, is the subject of the 12th and last bas relief. A warrior drops his sword and stops speechless in front of a tree, at the foot of which a ram is rising up. The tree bears three enormous fruits like balls and silhouette of a bird is seen coming out of the branches. Three fruits. Here one recognizes the solar tree, described by the cosmopolite in the parable from the Traité de la Nature, the tree from which water must be extracted. As for the warrior, he represents the artist who has just accomplished the labor of Hercules, our preparation. The ram shows that he has chosen a favorable season and the right substance. The bird indicates the volatile nature of the compound, more celestial than terrestrial. Now nothing remains for him but to imitate Saturn, who says, Cosmopolite drew 10 parts of this water and immediately picked combat of the two natures, immediately picked fruit of the solar tree and put it in this water. For this water is the water of life, which has the power to improve the fruits of this tree. For that form, then, there will be no further need to plant or graft any, because by its scent alone it can make the 6 other trees assume the same nature as itself. In addition, this picture is a replica of the famous expedition of the Argonauts. There we see Jason with the ram and the golden fleece and the tree with the precious fruits from the garden of the Hesperides. In the course of this study, we had occasion to regret both the ravages of the foolish iconoclasts, the total disappearance of the colors which our splendid cathedral used to possess. There is no document left in any library which could be of assistance of the investigator or remedy, even partially, the ravages of centuries. However, there is no need to pore over old parchments or thumb through ancient prints. Notre Dame itself preserves the original coloring of the figures of its great porch. Guillaume de Paris, whose pers- perspicacity, perspicacity, perspicacity we must bless, was able to foresee the great damage which time would do to his work. Like the wise master that he was, he had motifs and medallions reproduced on the panes of the central rose window. Thus, glass complements stone, and thanks to the help of the fragile material, the hidden meaning regains its first purity. The doubtful points of the statues can be resolved there. For example, in the allegory of the cohabation first medallion, the glass shows no ordinary horseman, but a prince crowned in gold, in white tunic and red hose. One of the two fighting boys is in green, the other in violet gray. The queen, striking down Mercury, wears the white crown, a green gown and purple cloak. One is even surprised to see there some pictures which have disappeared from the facade. For example, this workman seated at the red table, pulling large pieces of gold out of a sack. This woman in the green bodice and wearing a scarlet tunic, doing her hair in a mirror, whose heavenly twins of the lesser zodiac, one of which is made of ruby, and the other of emerald, etc. What a profound subject for meditation is offered to us by our ancestral Hermetic idea, in all its harmony and unity, in stone on the facade, in glass, in the enormous orb of the rose window. Smash that motherfucking like button! Passes from silence to revelation, from solemnity to excitement, from inertia to vivid expression. Solid, worn, and cold in the crude light outside, it flashes into multicolored facades from the crystal and permeates through the nave, vibrant, warm, diaphanous, and pure as truth itself. The spirit cannot but feel troubled in the presence of this even more paradoxical antithesis, the torch of the alchemical thought illuminating the temple of Christian thought. Let us leave the great porch and proceed to the north portal, or portal of the Virgin. In the center of the tympanum, tympanum on the middle cornice. Observe the sarcophagus, which figures in the episode of the life of Christ. On it you will find 7 circles. These are the symbols of the 7 planetary metals. The sun indicates gold, Mercury quicksilver, Saturn lead, Venus copper, the moon silver, Jupiter tin, and Mars iron. The central circle is decorated in a particular way, while the other 6 are repeated, 2 and 2, something which never happens in the purely decorative motifs of Gothic art. What is more, this symmetry goes from the center towards the ends, as the cosmopolite teaches. Look at the sky and the spheres of the planets, says this author. You'll see that Saturn is the highest of all, succeeded by Jupiter, then by Mars, the Sun, Venus, Mercury, and finally the Moon. Consider now the virtues of the planets do not ascend but descend. Experience itself teaches us that Mars can easily be converted into Venus, but Venus in, into but not Venus into Mars. Venus being a lower sphere. Similarly, Jupiter is easily transmuted into Mercury because Jupiter is higher than Mercury. The former is the second below the firmament, the latter the second above the earth. Saturn is the highest, the moon is the lowest. The sun mixes with all. Uh, some reliefs, planetary metals. You'll see the 7 spheres right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Uh, dog and the doves. The sun mixes all of them, but it is never improved by the inferior ones. Further, you will note that there is a great correspondence between Saturn and the moon, with the sun midday between them. There is also a correspondence between Mercury and Jupiter, between Mars and Venus. In the midst of all is the sun. Keep in mind that Mercury and Jupiter copper and or no, Mars and Venus iron and copper. Well, I'm not going to get into that. The pattern of the possible changes among metallic planets is thus shown on the porch of Notre Dame in the most formal manner. The central motif symbolizes the sun, and the roses at the ends indicate Saturn and the moon. Then come Jupiter and Mercury respectively. Finally, on either side of the sun are Mars and Venus. But more is to come. If we analyze this strange line which seems to unite the circumferences of the roses, we see that it is formed of a succession of four crosses and 3 crosiers, one of which has a single spiral and the other 2 double spirals. Note, in passing, that here too, if only ornamentation was intended, then 6 or 8 attributes would be necessary in order to maintain perfect symmetry. This is not the case, and proof that the symbolical meaning was intended is given by the fact that one space on on the left remains empty. The 4 crosses, as in the spagiric notation, represented the imperfect metals. The crosiers and double spirals and 2 perfect ones. And the simple crosier represents Mercury, which is half metal or semi-perfect. But if leaving the tympanum, we lower our eyes to the left part of the base, divided into 5 niches, we shall notice between the outer curves of the arches some curious figurines. Going from the outside toward the right, we find the dog and the 2 doves, revealed in the animation of exalted Mercury. This is the dog of Coracine, which Artifius and Philoleths say one must know how to separate from the compost in the state of black powder. These are the doves of Diana, another hopeless enigma, hiding the spiritualization and sublimation of philosophical Mercury. These are followed by the lamb, emblem of the purification of the arsenical principle of the matter. Then comes man turning round, who well illustrates the alchemical maxim solve et coagula, which teaches how to achieve the elementary conversion by volatilizing the fixed and fixing the volatile. Oh, that's funny. If you know how to dissolve the fixed and make the dissolved fly, then you fix the flying in powder. You have something to console yourself with. I'm not sure what that means. In this porch, part of the porch sculpture, a sculpture of a crow, the chief hieroglyph in our practice, was once to be found. The crow of Notre Dame, the principal figure of the Hermetic coat of arms, has at all times exerted a powerful attraction on the vulgar herd of puffers. This was because, according to the ancient legend, it was only it was the only clue to the sacred hoard. Story goes that Guillaume de Paris, who said Victor Hugo was doubtless damned for having added such an infernal frontispiece to the holy poem eternally sung by the rest of the building, had hidden the philosopher's stone under one of the pillars of a huge nave. And the exact spot of this mysterious hiding place was precisely determined by the angle of vision of the crow. So, in former times, according to the legend, the symbolic bird marked externally the unknown position of the secret pillar where the treasure was supposed to be concealed. On the external surface of the pillars supporting the lintel, the signs of the zodiac are represented. Beginnings from the bottom, the first, you find first of all Aries and Taurus, and above that Gemini. These are the months of spring, indicating the beginning of the work and the propitious time for operations. The objection will no doubt be made that the zodiac cannot have any occult significance, that it represents quite simply the path of the constellations. This is possible, but in this case we should have to find the astronomical order, the cosmic succession of the signs of the zodiac, which was certainly known to our ancestors. However, here Leo succeeds Gemini, thus usurping the place of Cancer, which is to be found rejected on the opposite pillar. The imager, therefore, intended by this cunning transposition to indicate the conjunction of the philosophic ferment, or the lion, with the mercurial compound, the union which must be achieved to reward towards the end of the fourth month of the first work. Under this porch there is to be seen a small square bas relief. Uh, solvent. The condensation of the universal spirit. It's like an angel with some kind of thing. Looks like was it a bird or something? I think it's some kind of anyways, which is really curious. It synthesizes and expresses the condensation of the universal spirit, which is as soon it is materialized, forms the famous bath of the stars, in which the chemical sun and the moon must bathe, change their natures, and become rejuvenated. Here we see a child falling from a crucible as large as a jar. This is supposed to be standing. This is supported by a standing archangel with a halo and outspread wing, who appears to be striking the innocent. The whole background of the composition is occupied by the night sky, studded with stars. We recognize in this subject a very simplified form of allegory, dear to Nicholas Flamel, the massacre of the innocents, which we shall soon see in the window pane of Saint Chapelle. Without entering into details of the operative techniques, which no author has dared to do, I will, however, say that the universal spirit embodied in minerals under the alchemical name of sulfur constitutes the principal and the effective agent of all metallic tinctures. But one cannot obtain this spirit, the red blood of the well, that's weird. It's symbolic, remember, except by decomposing what nature had first assembled in them. It is therefore necessary that the body should perish, that it should be crucified and should die. If one wishes to extract the soul, the metallic life, and the celestial dew imprisoned therein, this quintessence, transfused into pure, fixed, and perfectly digested body, will give birth a new creature, more splendid than any of those from which it proceeds. The bodies have no action on one another, the spirit alone is active. That is why, knowing that the mineral blood which they needed to animate the fixed and inert body of gold was nothing but a condensation of the universal spirit, the soul of all things, that this condensation in its humid form, capable of penetrating subliminary mixtures and making them grow, was accomplished by only by night, under the protection of darkness, clear sky, and calm air. Finally, that the season when it was manifested with most activity and abundance corresponded to springtime on earth. For all these reasons, the wise gave it the name of the dew of May. Similarly, we are not surprised to find Thomas Corneille asserting that the great masters of the Rose Cross were called Friar de la Rose, Fr- Freres de la Rose, which means brothers of the boiled dew. Wait, I forgot that last word. Coot. The meaning which they themselves gave the initials of their order, FRC, Fraternatus Rosicruciae, or Flores de la Rose Coot, which I would like to be able to say more on this extremely important subject and to show how the dew of May, Maya, was the mother of Hermes. This life giving humidity in the month of Mary, the Virgin Mother, can easily be extracted from the particular body, which is abject and despised, and whose characteristics I've already described. There are, however, bounds which may not be overstepped. We are touching on the greatest secret of the work, and I must remain true to my vow. It is the verbum demissum of the Trevisan, the lost word of the medieval Freemasons. What all the Hermetic fraternities were hoping to find. Its discovery was the aim of all their work and the reason of their existence, the tree of their existence. Post tenebris lux. Let us not forget that the light comes out of darkness. Light is diffused in obscurity and blackness, as day is in the night. Excuse me. It was from this darkness, the darkness of chaos, that light was extracted and its radiation assembled. If on the day of creation the divine spirit moved into the waters of the abyss, Spiritus Domini Ferabater Super Aquas, this invisible spirit could not at first be distinguished from the watery mass and was confused with it. Finally, remember, God took 6 days to perfect the great work, that the light was separated out of the first day, and the following days, like our day, were marked by regular and alternating intervals of light, of darkness, and light. At midnight, a Virgin Mother brings forth the shining star, the miraculous moment we call God our brother. Among the most celebrated centers of initiation of this kind, I would mention the two orders of the Illuminatis, the Knights of the Black Eagle, of the two eagles of the Apocalypse, the initiate brothers of Asia, of Palestine, of the Zodiac, the societies of the Black Brothers, of the elected Cohens, of the Mopsies, of the Seven Swords, the Invisible Ones, the Princes of Death, the Knights of the Swan, the Knights of the Dog and the Cock, the Knights of the Round Table, the Guinet, of the Thistle, of the Bath, the Dead Beast, of the Amaranth, etc. Uh, Let's see here. Isn't there okay, so yeah, I've been on here like 2 and almost 3 hours. I'm yeah, I think I'm gonna just let's see here. Where'd my music go? Or what the fuck is this? Okay, I'm just gonna stand up, take a break for a minute. Okay. Probably just need to. Yeah, I don't know if I got another chapter in there. I do got a roach joint in there though. Yo, I smoked it. It was potent. I rode through with some rhymes that doped it. Motherfucker, Freemason. Come through with my motherfucking. Nah, I got nothing. Can't reveal the secrets to rats. Yo, I need a deep dish pizza with a motherfucking. There you go. I got nothing. Yo, I'm smoking weed, trying to just absorb it. Motherfucker, you talking shit, you just forced it. Motherfucker, full of glue. You fucking morbid. Motherfuckers know that I'm filled with torment. Motherfuckers know that I'm chilling and I'm dormant. Motherfuckers getting extorted, coming back like my shit's important. Motherfuckers rolling through swordfish. Motherfuckers. I got nothing. Anyway, still there. Yo. Memory service. Yo. Is this coincidence? Let me roll my joint first. Yo, I break it down. Specific. Fuck me, the midget. Talking chick quick. You a motherfucking nitwit. Yo, I gotta flick dick to light my joint. And then I make my point. The opponent. Then I own it. And I make you forfeit. Cause I motherfucking roll with motherfucking Corvette. Like a fucking Vietnam War vet. Motherfuckers move through. Nah. Yeah, so what do you guys think of the book that I was reading? When I was reading it last night, it was a lot better. There's a lot of huge things that stuck out in reading. Keep in mind, most of it's psychological. About the turning of the mind, the gold, the philosophic. Mercury is the wisdom, with the wisdom can keep metals. The metals are symbols of the mind. You all understand? Or should I explain more? I'm not sure if any of you are familiar with the secret meanings. It's all symbolic. It's all symbolic. Doesn't matter if it seems like it's not. I assure you that it is. There was no gold made. Yo, I speak like I assure it. Got a car with some cheap insurance. Motherfuckers need reference to refer it. Motherfucking smoke weed out of paper that's perforated. Got a nervous state that I made quick. Roll with the motherfucking matrix. I'm getting jaded. Go through, paraded, paraded. Like motherfuckers how to lobotomize. Motherfucking cross like I come back like I gotta cross eyes with the motherfucking thighs. Yo, I step back, smoke some weed, and reciprocate at a different rate. Motherfucking find a different fate. My path, balance, come back with the feeling of smoking weed and motherfucking. Yo, I'm smoking weed though, in the casino, playing bingo. Motherfuckers taking deep pros. Motherfuckers talking shit like Evo. Know that I roll with motherfucking people. That's my flow, people. While I'm chilling in my church, people. Ringing bells while I give them hell. With hell's bells, motherfuckers vote. Doesn't make any sense. That's what happens when you rhyme. Yo, I'm rhyming. Then I got the lyrics, just chiming. Motherfuckers know that I'm climbing like a vine quick. Motherfuckers know that I'm crying. I'm shining. Motherfucking blinded by the lust. In my tuxedo, with my burrito, in my motherfucking street roll. Motherfucking from the Chinese stove. Oh no. Hey, download your beats. Check copyright or something. The goodie my beat is definitely copyright. Oh, it's copywritten, but I'm not spitting. I'm talking and I'm walking. Shit, but this motherfucking stretched out with my paw print. Motherfucking smells print. Motherfuckers, I'm trying to holler for some dollars tomorrow. Smoke weed so I can borrow. Motherfuckers hollow. Feeling like that. I don't know, so I'm gonna go home. Eat some food. Speak so rude. I think everybody fell asleep. Is anybody even there? Yo, you sleeping on the deep end. Got my rhymes creeping. I'm coming through deceiving. Smoking weed while I'm breathing. Motherfuckers know that I'm about to leave soon. Please make room for the apotheosis. Motherfucker better promote this. Smoke weed in a different dosage. Come through, motherfuckers like I'm roasted. And I'm composing. Like the book said. Motherfucking cry and Fred. Motherfuckers expect the deck fed with dead. I'm chilling with this shit like you know I'm drinking kegs. I'll be that. I'll be that. I rap live. Damn it, the paper is not stupid. You try to make up a song in your head while you're on the phone. Yeah, who's coming out? Yo. Yo. I smoke weed, my brain is levitated. Motherfucker, you know that you never hated. Worse than the first one person. Motherfucking person, you coming back. Motherfucking lurking. I'm a scourging. Motherfuckers know that you fucking squirming. Motherfuckers like talking like German. Oh, too loud. Alright, hold up here. Put my microphone. Okay. Mic check. Yo. I'm systematic. Come back. Make these. Okay, is this better? Hold on. Let me start this over. Let me light the joint here. I think I can remember a rhyme. Maybe not. Yo, I'm rhymeless, timeless. Come back for my assignment. Roll through like a motherfucking trying. I'm smoking roaches, moving up to coach quick. On the microphone, you roasted. Posted on the block. Yo, you about to get disbarred quick, cause you retarded. I seen your bitch ass on a fart stick. Like a Martian. Come back, seen you on an egg cart. You better stay gone. Wait. From a store called Spartan. Nah, that rhyme was garbage. Yo. Okay, this joint sent me, I can't think of anything. My fucking arms don't hurt as bad. My like fucking arm right here was like, I feel like the bone hurt or something. I don't know what the fuck's falling apart over here. At least my back doesn't hurt as bad. I think I'd rather have my like arms hurt than my fuck's wrong with me? Yo, I'm the fiercest. I drink a beer quick. I steered it, roll through with the experiment. Motherfuckers know that Yo, it's an alchemist from Venice. Meet the apprentice. Come back like the motherfucking tenant. Know that I'm in the Roman Senate. Roll through with the motherfucking dented shit like I invented. Motherfuckers thirst that's quenched quick. Coming off the bench, bitch. Roll through with the motherfucking Netflix. Trying to get rich. I'm sublimated. Come back like I'm from the statement. Motherfucking raging. Not like Rage Against the Machine, but I'm what? Maybe I lost it. Yo, sit back, relax with the Cadillac. Yeah, I don't know. I don't got much to talk about. Well, okay, so maybe I can remember a beat or rhyme here. Expialidocious. Wait, I don't know. Yo, roll right past it. I get your ass kicked. Make you sit in the motherfucking casket. Motherfucking basket case. Come back with motherfucking my heart racing. Come back with some fucking spicy Asian food. Like I'm yo. I gotta think of a new rap name. Actually, I'm quitting rap. Yo, I'm not a rapper. I'm a motherfucking. I'm the next chapter. Roll through with the motherfucking velociraptors. Motherfuckers know, like, I've gotta go on the crapper. Why does it matter? It don't matter. So I go flatter with the flattery. Like Metallica with some batteries. Did that shit, why? Cause I had to see. Smoke weed like smoke weed like a disciple. One title, come back with motherfucking Bible. Roll with survival. Come back like motherfucking high hopes. I got some weed and some dry dope. Motherfucker know that I love my smoke. Chillin' why? Cause I know 5 blokes. Motherfuckers know that I keep it like it's spoken. Rollin' with the motherfucking excuse me. Yo, I dig it up with the shovel. Motherfucking seen your ass, motherfucking embezzle. Did that shit, why? Cause I knew that you was trouble. Motherfuckers know that I'm on the fucking double. Motherfuckers know that I'm coming through forever. Motherfucking clever. Did that shit sever. The motherfucking severance. Come back like motherfucking represent. Never hesitant to fucking think the thought. Did that shit cause I drink a lot. But that's stupid. Yo, I smoke weed, and then I shine with reflection, back to perfection, come back, then I bounce out like I was ejected, motherfuckers, I think that you are infected, and it was impending doom that I seen in the motherfucking rendered screen of the motherfucking dream, when I I got nothing. How's everybody doing tonight? Bobo, Patch, Giglet, where do you guys come up with these names? Yo, I'm sitting, spoken, chosen, motherfucking, chilling on the throne, and motherfucking warriors like Ronan, motherfucking barbarian like Conan, motherfuckers, I'm surviving, striving to be alive, quick, motherfuckers know that I'm motherfucking riding, like, motherfucking, nah, I'm eating chives, I'm eating chives, I still can't remember one fucking rhyme that I wrote. Like, not even one word. Yo, I heard that your brain was the same as mine, cause my brain is fried, and I'm chilling like I got shirts stained with light, motherfucking coming back with some food on my face, and some motherfucking, I got nothing, tripe. I'm coming back to splice the genetics, motherfuckers roll with the fuck rhymes with genetics, they call the paramedics. I'm trying, cause I was trying to deadlift on the motherfucking gym floor with the motherfucking shit that I read on Reddit. My speech impediment is more than, like, it builds up like sediment, rolls out like a regiment. Motherfuckers know that I'm chilling with the best of it. You better quit, come back like motherfucking excrement, cause I'm the shit. I'm trying to smoke weed, not cigarettes. I'll make a bigger bet, and I make this motherfucking bitch just wet. I got nothing. Yo, pick up the mic and I roast you. My motherfucking lyrics are retro disposal. Roll with the motherfucking shit that was. It's hard to battle rap when you got no one to battle rap against. You talk shit about their shoes, or you make fun of them or something, you know? Yo, you're a fat bitch. You a motherfucking piece of shit, like that sick. Motherfuckers know that I'm coming with a motherfucking rabbit and a motherfucking bad habit, smoking weed when I chilling like a motherfucking savage. Come back like motherfucking King Kong and Rampage. What the fuck? Who the fuck knows this damn sage? Whoa, excuse me. I'm sageless, ageless. Yeah, I got no rhymes here. Yo, I'm rhyming. Trying to just be the. Let me see if I can remember a rhyme. My name is Masterpiece. Blast your teeth. Come back with grief. Motherfuckers, the last to leave. Motherfuckers know that I'm. No. Damn, I still can't remember like more than. I can't remember any verses. I can't remember one verse. Yo, I'm smoking weed, trying to find stipulation, trying to motherfucking sift through litigation. Motherfucker, I know that you's in a situation. Cause I'm the illegal lawyer. Come back like Tom Sawyer in the foyer. Coming back like motherfuckers, I'm annoying. Did that shit, why? Cause I'm deploying these words that I thought when I bought it. Come back like motherfucking a sprocket. high like a rocket. Did that shit, why? Cause I got it. Y'all motherfuckers know that I'm a prophet. Oh shit, no he didn't. Motherfuckers know he ain't no Bill Clinton. Motherfuckers, how you get it? Did that shit, why? Cause I'm chilling like I'm with it. I got nothing. My rhymes are retarded. Wait, hold up. Yo, I started out like my rhymes are retarded. And I'm chilling. But I don't got an apartment, but I think that I farted. And yo, I feel aborted. I'm coming back through like motherfuckers, you better hoard it. Did that shit, I can't afford it. Roll through like I need another mortgage. I'm coming back like I just sorted it when I'm too chilling like I'm, I don't know. Yo, with some wisdom comes some dumb shit. You better run, bitch, cause I'm motherfucking from it. Yo, you coming back, I'ma plummet. Come back like I seen some shit, I'm a... I still can't remember any lines from my fucking my poetry. Damn, there's this one line that was really good. I can't think of how it went. It's like where did that go? I'm just gonna sit here and smoke weed till I think of it. It's bound to come to me. Yo, I heard that you need preparation H, cause your dedication stinks. You on the brink, and I fucking beat you in the blink. That shit while it stinks. Motherfuckers know, gotta wash my hands in the sink. Cause when I slapped you, I slapped off your tattoo. You thought you were bad, dude. I'm coming back through. Motherfuckers know that you stabbed me in the back too. Motherfucker, I'm coming to rap. Nah. Damn, what is that fucking verse? It's like something about angels or some shit. How does it go? This roach tastes good. Oh shit, it's coming apart. I'm going to have to re-roll it. Ow. Yeah. But you don't know too many people that can re-roll a joint while it's coming apart. Oh shit, maybe the cherry's falling out. I better grab the ashtray. Yo, I'm smoking on the roach and I dropped the cherry. I think I'm all out of words. Alright, I'm just gonna roll another joint. Still can't think of a stupid rhyme. Yeah, so how's everybody doing tonight? I guess I'm just gonna sit here and smoke roach joints. I'm not saying nothing. I don't know nothing. Nah, damn, I can't even do impressions of how everybody used to talk in the hood. Cause be like, you can't say that. This motherfucker can't say that. They'll be getting flagged left and right. Yo, look, bitch, I'm on some hood shit. Come back with some good flicks, like motherfucking theaters, like Good Rich. Smoke some weed, now I'm good, bitch. I got nothing, but I'm trying to just be something. Chilling like it's relevant. Yo, motherfuckers, I know that you was celibate. Your girlfriend haunts me. Oh, I got nothing. See, I can't talk shit to nobody. Maybe you could say a name of an actor or some kind of celebrity and talk shit about it or something on a freestyle. I mean, people used to hate me. They used to hate me and they would love me because I would talk so much shit. They used to call me the Beast because they thought I was scary. Just because how quick I could make up stupid rhymes. I don't know. Quick thinker is, I don't know why they called me that. Yeah, my one friend, he would call me the N-word. He'd be like, look at that right there. I can't even. Then he'd call me the Beast. The Beast. But like as like some kind of badass or something. No. It's a kind gesture. Yeah, they always used to say in the hood, whenever someone said I have a dream, somebody would be like, the last who had a dream got It's like, It was just funny how no matter where you were, you hear that shit. Like, oh yeah, somebody would speak up. Well, I heard the last month. No, he doesn't fucking talking about. Black Crow. What does it say? Literal. Well, the Black Crow in the book is pointing towards the lost pillar, which had, guess what it had on it? The Ouroboros with Pan at the center, saying all is one. Ouroboros and Pan, the lost pillar. The crow points to with its eyes. The crow. Damn it, maybe I better just look at my lyrics to try to find the stupid lyric that I can't think of. How does it go? It's like, Almighty. No, that's it. What's going on? Meta Joe McGuire. Man, I'm still mad about that rookie card. Joe McGuire. Or no. What's his name? Mike McGuire. What the fuck is that baseball player's name? I had his card. It was worth a fortune, and then got had because he was on steroids. I was like, ah, what? It's like, what the fuck? That is rookie card. That thing is worth a fortune. Mark McGuire, that's who it was. Yeah, Mark McGuire. So, I think I gave it away. First son. I think I gave all my baseball cards away. One of my friends got married, so I gave him all my baseball cards because he loves baseball cards. They're worth a lot of money, but I don't have nothing else to give him. So, I probably give the best present. Yeah, so what's going on? Any questions about the research, modern topics, anything? Anybody got anything to say? If you can't speak, you can't breathe, motherfucker! Hopefully that doesn't wake up anybody. Yo, I'm like a lion, trying to be defiant, smoking weed, violent. Motherfuckers know that I'm coming back with motherfucking silence. Grim Reaper, coming out your speaker, chilling like I'm about to drink up some beef eaters. And I know some fat hoochies that love to eat beaver. I don't know. I got nothing. Smoking weed while I'm crumbling herb into the paper. Trying to light it up and breathe the vapor. I'm a boarder and a skater. Come back from the motherfucking smell you later. I'm chilling high like an elevator. I'm telling Darth Vader. Too much weed in this joint. Does anybody else got a joint to smoke? I mean, you guys' joints are probably better. I'm rolling up the roach joint over here. It's like a pot of weed. There. Can you hear me? I'm trying to make contact. Hello. It sucks you can't get any mixtapes anymore. I don't remember the last time I had a mixtape was from like 2002. Or wait, yeah, like a real mixtape, not like a digital one. Yo, today we live in a digital citadel, and you think you're living well, you better just give them hell. I'm sitting, misspelling, come back with a trajectory, inspect the beat, smoke weed, and I infect the week with some savage shit. Come back to the balance, quick, defeat any challengers, smoke weed, and I got it. good. I mean, that sounds retarded, but tastes like purple weed. Oh yeah, I got a good roach joint. Yo, I'm thinking like Abe Lincoln. I stay blinking. I'm motherfucking thinking. Wait, on the brink, and I brought it. Motherfuckers haunted. Come back like motherfuckers. I don't know. Okay, I gotta think of some kind of cool rhyme before I go. I got one joint left. My points are pointless. I stay sharpened. Motherfucking LARPing. Come back like a motherfucking army. Did that shit cause I'm starving. In my motherfucking house, it's an apartment. Chilling like a fucking varmint. Found a tree and then my name got carved it. Got this weed that stink like an armpit. And it burns like it's varnished. What does that say? I'm in Ireland, they don't play baseball, they play football. Yo. The land of Ayers and Spires. Motherfucking tires. Come back. I seen you wearing a wire. Maybe like, let's see here. Good beat, good rhyme will come to my brain. Wow. Whoa, sweet is strong. Whoa, the human experience breeds smoke. Yo. I jump over you like a motherfucking obstacle. Then when you dropped the microphone, you went to the hospital. And then I said I got to go. Went home, rolled up an Optimo on my patio, chilling like I'm not in Operation Gladio. Come back like I had to know. Motherfuckers know like I don't know. Yo. Okay. Yeah, this joint's strong. Yo, I smoke weed and then I'm elevated. I'm hella hated. Man, I'm just gonna look at my fucking hard drive. I can't think of how that rhyme went. Divinest. Wait, no, I know. Okay. Divinest. Vision. Rhyme exquisite. Time to listen. How did I go? Rhyme exquisite. Divinest vision. It's time to listen. I glisten. Come back like the ghostly apparition. Making bad decisions. You had to listen. Something. How does it go? Yeah, that's how it went. Yeah. I remember I was smoking weed. I made up some stupid songs. Right now, it's just so cool. Damn, I already forgot it. Yeah, anybody got any questions? questions about Cooper's research, I think. Wait, what does that say? It's kicking off on the streets in Ireland? Oh, shit. Why don't you come on and tell us about it? Come tell us about Ireland, eh? I might be a wee bit Irish. I think it's more of a pirate accent. Yarr! You got the cutlass? Yeah. Man, this roach joint's really good. Yo. I'm chillin', trying to be the realest. Roll through like some motherfucking thriller. Chillin' like, I'm just gonna put it on me. I don't care if it breaks copyright. I heard this beat way too many times. Way too many times. Okay, damn it, that Goody Mob beat's like the best one. I forgot to download some more beats. I'm putting the Goody Mob beat out. I like this one better. Hold on, maybe I gotta Yo. Okay, now I'm way too stoned. I can't think of anything. Alright, I'm turning this shit off. I don't know what the fuck's wrong with me. Alright, fuck you people. Nobody's saying anything. No, I don't know if I'm gonna go back to the book. Anybody got any smart questions to ask about the Masonic bullshit? You know, because it's like, it's just really annoying. Because I've read so much about it, and it's like, you never hear any good questions. It's like, you would think there'd be more students out there of the occult. You know, it's funny because, like, a lot of the occultists, none of them ever study Freemasonry. They study everything else. They don't want to study Masonry. Oh, that's just some simple thing. There's nothing there. Ooh. Masonry is Templarism. Masonry is alchemy. The lost word is the same as the fucking stone of the philosophers. If you speak the language of the birds, it just means you know the slang. Slang of the words. Damn it, I got weed on my face. It's like Cooper's second or third to last episode was about this book. And in the episode, actually he does 2 episodes about it. But then, like 10 episodes before that, there were two more episodes about the philosophers of fire and the philosophers of water, and that this is all very relevant to the equation uh, of the occult. Whoa, excuse me. Oh. Okay. So I found in the book it was saying Orient was another word for Aryan. You better think about that. Orient, another word for Aryan. Well, isn't that an interesting coincidence? We also seen in the book language of fucking occult communism. We also seen that. I'm sure none of you. Well, I don't know if you guys all heard yesterday's broadcast, but it was mentioned. I didn't want to ponder on the subject too long because I was more interested in the occultism last night. But so, damn it! I got like weed on my fucking chin, and it's like itchy as fuck. It's going to break out in hives. Oh well. Little hives never hurt anybody. Test the immune system. I'll just take some weed and stick it right in my eye. No. All right, watch out. No. uh, it's funny because I'm wearing sunglasses. Is anybody even there? I mean, come on. Do you guys do this to other people? This is fucking bullshit. This is discrimination. I'm gonna call the NAACP. I'm calling the NAACP on you, motherfuckers. You'll see how it is. No. Nobody likes my NAACP jokes. Is anybody even awake? No, it's just from rolling joints and then touching my face, and so you got weed all over my fingers. I don't know if you can see that. Here. There you go. See? I got weed on my finger. E.T. Phone home. That's actually an acronym for Hail Satan. Don't say I told you so. No. That was just a joke. It's not an acronym. Somebody can laugh, you know. These motherfuckers. Fucking I got like almost 1,000 subscribers on Twitter. I post something, it gets 18 views. It's like, oh come on. Like what the fuck? Then if I reply on something that's just total or irrelevant to anything, like, oh, you cross contaminated your food with raw pork. That's literally what it fucking like. What is it? 75,000 views on that comment. It's like, what the fuck? This comment gets 0 views. This comment about fucking cross contamination of raw meat of pork somehow gets almost 100,000 views. Are you fucking kidding me? This is fucking bullshit. If you guys can't see, this whole fucking bullshit is all fucking rigged to the fucking core. You know, the whole internet is just absolute fucking bullshit. I mean, I don't even go anywhere. I go to YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, and that's it. Besides Google Books and I can't even the William Cooper website, hourthetime.com. I don't even. That's basically all I go to on the internet. It's fucking books and fucking stupid social media and fucking YouTube and the fucking anything more than that is just there used to be like these cool blogs and stuff on the internet where like back in the 90s you go to acidtrip.com. You can still go there, but it's not the same website like it used to be. But you would click on this little little spinning cube thingy that was the icon, and then it would load the page. It'd be some kind of repeating patterns or some kind of stupid shit. You'd click the cube again, and it was like a stupid homemade website that used to be a lot of fun to like look at when you're tripping your brains out. Like, whoa, repeating patterns. Whoa. I don't know why it's so cool. Uh, I mean, that was back when I was like 15, back in the 90s. Uh, yeah, when I was 15, I was the same height I am now. I was fucking over 6 feet tall, you know? It's like everybody was like, oh, hey, you! It's like, I'm still a kid, you know? I get stuck doing everything and shit. Fucking doing all the heavy lifting and stuff my whole life. It's like, oh, you're big. You go pick this up. I don't have to pay somebody. It's the story of my life. Okay, I'll grab your refrigerator or whatever the fuck. You know, no, I just have to haul the shingles on the roof, carry them up the ladder, and throw them on the roof. I mean, I get all two bundles at once, but it's easier just to do one. But I don't know. It's quicker to do two. It depends on how hot it is. If it's like super hot out, you just want to do one bundle at a time on the roof, carrying up the ladder. But then if it's not super hot, well, it depends on also the flexibility of the shingles and all that stuff. You know, it really sucks doing roofs in the winter, especially if it's like hailing or sleet or something. You're like on the roof, it's like you're like your hands are just frozen, like I can't feel my fingers. You're trying to like hold a fucking chalk line, ting, and it's like and fucking chalk line to make sure the shingles are straight, and fucking I don't know. Or you're in the freezing cold, you're trying to like put the thing around the fucking chimney or whatever, and then you hit the nail with the hammer, and you're like, boom, right on your thumb, and you're like, ah. I've hit this thumb like a million times. Uh, this thumb is immune to hammers. No. Uh, I'm sure Todd knows what I'm talking about. Fucking his thumbs probably sees it. Our thumbs have been through a lot of trauma with hammers and nails and all sorts of fucking your mom. No, I'm just joking. uh, that's a bad joke. I'm bringing your mom jokes back from the '90s. We're resuscitating them. What does that say? Playing out like Todd. Wait, is that? Oh, that's an 8-minute old comment. Okay, that's funny. You mentioned Todd, and then I mentioned Todd. Todd. All right, if we put our brains together, we can interfere with his dreams. All we have to do is picture Todd at some kind of something doing something silly or something. He's got like a unicycle and one of those hats with the little spinny thing, like with some like juggling. Ah! I don't know. It'd be funny if you like came on and he's like, I had the weirdest dream. I had a dream I was in a circus and I was on a unicycle juggling with one of those spinny hats. I mean, there's not enough people trying out psychic powers. It's like back when we used to trip, our friends and stuff, before they all died from fucking being idiots, that fucking, you could like, when you were tripping, you could see stuff, you could see the ghost stuff, you could like, start describing something, looking at it or whatever, and then you could stop describing it. And then the other person could finish the description. or even start. If somebody's sitting there and they see some weird, if you were in a room and you went to South America, you drank a bunch of ayahuasca, and then you're sitting there and you're like, okay, what's this gonna do? And you're like, your friend's like puking his brains out or something. You're just like, I don't know what the fuck's wrong with him, but I feel fine. But the but so then uh but so then you see something right in front of you. Then you don't say anything because you're shocked. You're like, whoa, what the fuck is that? You say it's like a 4 foot tall pink elephant or something. Doesn't matter what it is. Pink elephant. That's what they used to say when. That's what on that stupid Dumbo movie from like the 30s or something. Yeah. The saying, you get too drunk, you see pink elephants. I don't know where the fuck that came from, but and then you're sitting with someone at some kind of ayahuasca ceremony. They tap you on this arm and they say, and they don't realize that you're looking at something because you're at it, and then they say, "Do you see that pink elephant right there? Like, what the fuck is that?" And then you're just like, "Yeah, I see it," and then you're just like, "Well, that was weird." They just said they seen it. I thought I was the only one seeing it. That's kind of how it works. Because people always think that, like, oh, you take some kind of psychedelic, you're not going to be able to think and stuff. Maybe like 5-10% of people they'll take a psychedelic and go all fucking retarded. And it's like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? It's like, I don't know. Fucking, I used to go to parties and stuff. And if you sat there long enough, somebody would walk by and be like, oh, you want this? And they'd have like, a square of paper or whatever, like, to put on your tongue and trip your brains out. But like, uh, it's like, it was always funny because typically, whenever I was at some party or something, and like I would trip, it would be like everybody else would be way more fucked up than I was. And then I would just be like, I don't know. Like they'd all be laughing their face off, just fucking going crazy with it, and it's like, thought I heard something. Ah, I don't know what the fuck that was. I think it was a possum on the porch. Uh, yeah, possums don't matter. What the hell was I talking about? Is anybody even awake? What's going on? Oh, yeah, I was talking about tripping. So yeah, it's like people don't realize that that's the only magic that I've ever seen. The only real magic. Well, I mean, I've seen proof of psychic ability without psychedelics. Not very often. Only like twice, maybe 3 times. Whoa. Certain exercises, though, you could build up your ability to read someone's mind. Uh, that's why nobody wants to come on. 'Cause they know I'll read their mind. Not. I'm just joking. I'll see the skeletons in your closets. The cards don't lie, man. No. Yeah, so well, wait, what's that say? Oh yeah. Yeah, synchronicities. Yeah, I've seen a million of those. 1 million. Synchronicities, seeing weird people out, seeing people that you knew like in some totally random city or some shit, or like nah, I don't know. I told everyone all my ghost stories already. Fucking the I think I only smoked 2 cigarettes today. No, maybe three. Somehow I always smoke 3 cigarettes. I need to just quit smoking. I don't even like cigarettes anymore. I mean, they taste good, kind of, but it's not really worth it. It's like, nah, I don't know. Cigarettes are supposed to be like ceremonial. They're supposed to be like holy. Tobacco is supposed to be precious. And the some of the tribes, they leave the tobacco on a stone to the east. Or wait, was it the east? Maybe it's north. I think it's the north. I can't remember. Uh, it's interesting on the some of the notes from this book. The I mean, I could bring them up real quick because there was whoa, excuse me. Oh, where's it at? Okay, so the notes from the book from the chapter last night. I'll just go over them. Gothic art, simply the corruption of the word argotique, which means slang, which sounds exactly the same, blah, blah, the phonetic law, blah, blah, blah. Art goth or argot, i.e., cant or slang. Dictionaries define argot as a language peculiar to all individuals who wish to communicate their thoughts without being understood by outsiders. A language peculiar to all individuals who wish to communicate their thoughts without being understood by outsiders. So he's saying the Argoteers is the older version of the spoken Kabbalah. The Argoteers, whose language are the Hamitic descendants of the Argonauts, who manned the ship of Argo. They spoke the language Argotique or Argotique, our Langu Verte, green language, or slang. Since I'm a rapper, I know slang. I don't know any modern slang. While they were sailing towards the felicitous shores of Colchos to win the famous Golden Fleece. Jason and the Argonauts. Remember the Jason Society of the Illuminati? Well, the more modern. Damn, my nose is like. Okay, so what did I say this one? Oh yeah, so then another part of the book, he said, Fulcinelli said, now the cross is the alchemical hieroglyph of the crucible. Remember the symbol of the golden dawn, this or this was it the golden dawn, the cross with the red and the blue and the, it's got all it's the old churches all got the fucking same symbolism. It amazes me that everybody overlooks it. um, let's see here. The alchemical hieroglyph of the crucible, which was the French crucible, croissant, according to Decange. The vulgar Latin crucibulum or crucible has its root crucis or cross. So the crucible was the cross. Yeah, the rosy cross. The rose. Remember at the well, I think this might be the next things. Well, I'll bring it up right now because I don't know if it's in the notes. But so in the north in the church there was 4 roses. The biggest one to the south. Then the east and the west were the same size, but then the rose in the north in the church was never seen. That it was always in the shadows. That the light never shone to it, and that was symbolic in the Masonic Lodge as well. So the Masonic Lodge and the cathedrals have a parallel. The place of north being the place of darkness, the place of the 4th rose. Or, then to continue, let us not forget that around the luminous cross seen in the vision by Constantine appear those prophetic words which he adopted on his standard. Remember that these words are the same words that fucking the 32nd degree, or was it I think it's the 32nd degree oath, in hoc signi, and the sign they shall conquer. Remember that the cross bears the imprint of 3 nails. Well, I was reading the same book tonight. Fulcinelli, The Mystery of the Cathedral. The cross bears the imprint of 3 nails used to sacrifice the Christ body, an image of the 3 purifications by sword and fire. Blah, blah, blah. St. Augustine, in his dispute with Tryphon, quote, the mystery of the lamb which God had ordered to be sacrificed at Easter, he says, was the figure of Christ, with which those who believed stained their abodes. Remember the story in the Old Testament, the lambs and the blood to ward off the demon Azazel or whatever. That is to say, themselves. Wait, let me read that. The figure with which those who believe stain their abodes. That is to say, themselves, by the faith with which they have in him. Therefore, his lamb, or this lamb, which the law prescribed to have roasted whole, was the symbol of the cross which Christ had to endure, since the lamb to be roasted is disposed in such a way as to represent a cross. One of the arms of the cross pierces it through and through, from the hind quarters to the head. The other pierces its shoulders and forefeet. The Greeks say the hands of the lamb are tied to it. I don't know. The Greek word is I've never been able to get my Greek expert on here. So then it goes on spider or aragno, and aragno or aragno. The Picard version is aragni. Compare all that with the Greek I can't pronounce it, which may mean either iron or lodestone. Nor is this all. The verb, which Arian means the rising of the star out of the sea. When Arian, the star which rises out of the sea, or Ariane, is thus the Orient by the permutation of vowels. Further, a well, that's some kind of Greek word. It has also the sense to attract. Thus, the word is also the lodestone. If we now compare the words, which has given us the Latin sidus, sideris, and star, we shall recognize the provincial Iran, 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 the Greek, the rising sun. So you see that this book shows a piece of a part of a system which was later perverted by the Theosophists. Well, earlier perverted because he's talking about all symbology and that the and not of races such as Blavatsky and her what's that other fucker's name? Oh god damn it! Did I close that thing? Arthur de Gabineau, that son of a bitch. That's I got it. Okay, so geez, I've been on here 4 hours. I was gonna get off after 2 hours. Wow, I might as well smoke one more joint. Maybe not. All right, I guess I'm going to sleep. Fuck it. Uh, Well, I guess maybe I'll. No, is it smoky in here? Okay, it's not too bad. I guess I'll smoke one more joint. Okay, well. Whoa, excuse me. Yo, I rap about precipitation in a situation which leads to obliteration. Smoke weed in a situation. What does it say? Oh, never mind. It's not a new comment. Yo, I'm cemented and comments quick. Roll through relentless. Like about to see the dentist. Hence this. Come through with the motherfucking. Yo, fuck Arkady Sobolov, and fuck Gorbachev, and fuck Nikita Khrushchev. This motherfucker is gonna need a new chest. Cause the dragon's coming over his motherfucking shit though. Roll with the motherfucking Dismal. Drinking Pepto-Bismol. Ain't it all so simple? Pop that shit like you pop a pimple. Motherfuckers know like you talking shit though. I heard your mom's a fat blimp hoe. Yo, I'm grifting. Roll through like I'm sifting through the sands of time. It's plain it's mine. Fuck your damn design. I roll through like motherfucker I don't know you. Old school. Eat mushrooms like a toadstool. Yeah, fuck that up. I don't eat mushrooms. Yo, I got more to win. I seen you ride the motherfucking porcelain, puking your brains out. You drink too much. You can't even hang out. Yo, I got nothing. What's on the news here? We wrap to the news. Pope Leo responds to criticism with the schism. Motherfucking roll through rhythm. What's DoorDash? What is all this stupid? This fucking news is retarded. I'm not reading this shit. Mystery item spotted in 2,000-year-old Egyptian mummies. Okay, yeah, nobody cares about that. This is gonna save humanity or some shit. What's that? Strawberry bread. I mean, that could be good. Strawberry bread. I mean, everybody likes strawberries. What is this? Oceans, Twilight Zone. Yeah, there's no news going on here. 2,000 concerts. What's we got? Can't see that word. It was funny because I was on a podcast with the some kind of leftist. It wasn't my podcast, but it was funny because he didn't know the phrase cakewalk was not a good phrase, that it was a racist term. And then I only said it as an example, but he didn't know. And I'm like, oh, you're the expert on racism. You don't know that? You're going around saying it? It's pretty funny. Yeah, what else is in the news? Now, let's see what's trending on Twitter. Not this stupid, what this news is. Satirical post. Hold on here. It's not like that. Wait. There we go. Satirical post pitches Buttigieg for 2028 zero. Okay, so there's nothing going on in the news. Got Red Cross. What is this? The Pope, Red Cross. Ooh. Nobody gives a fuck. Coachella. Fucking garbage. China. Let's see right here. Where's the news? DoorDash. What? Why would someone, why don't you just buy a fucking pizza? There's places that deliver food. You don't have to DoorDash. I've never DoorDashed in my life. Even if I was rich, I would not DoorDash. Fucking, I don't know. What the fuck's wrong with people? Brexit, NHS, South Korea. I'm not seeing a whole lot here in the Vatican. It's all just garbage. Shit. Yeah, there's not a lot going on in the world. Well, I mean, I heard that fucking Iran's gonna eat shit. Good old Iran. Gonna eat shit. Fuck you, Iran. Bye-bye. Well, I mean, war's bad. Let's see. not a lot going on in the news. Yeah, I'm just gonna roll a joint because I haven't seen the news that's worth the shit. It's like all these things going on. You know, there's only so much time in life. You gotta prioritize. You gotta keep with the New World Order, conspiracy, magic, religion. Those are the conspiracies. Prioritize. Let's see here. I'm just gonna write this one. Whatever way I do. Yeah, so the evening news is fucked. It's all fucked. No, it's not. There's really not a lot going on. There's not even really news. They gotta make things seem bad. It's really not that bad, you know. I mean, we got our roofs over our head, so hopefully. I mean, it's like. sunrise, trying to get one prize. Motherfucking see through those dumb eyes. Both motherfucking dope. Children like this. Yo, it's Philly. Motherfuckers so many CLG coming back. That motherfucking CLG did that shit. Picture of the motherfuckers. Motherfuckers talking shit, we got those dollars CLG. Motherfuckers don't did that shit cause we just stole that motherfucking you just. I got I gotta keep saying all the same shit, bro. Yeah, one of my friends that used to rap, he moved back to Chicago. My other friend, he was really good. He always thought I was better, but I always liked style. Yeah. My other friend, he moved to Florida because main child support or something. I mean, I don't know what the fuck. I think he's back in Jackson. See, everybody thinks Detroit's dangerous. Go to Jackson City. Go to Jackson City, Michigan. That's dangerous. I'm talking about the city, not the prison. Because Jackson City is so dangerous. There's a prison there. But back in the 90s, that's where all the good weed was. So you had to go to one of the dangerous cities to get the best weed. Just to fucking smoke some good weed. You know? Maybe I can sum up some kind of rhyme here. Better regulate, trying to stop segregation, motherfuckers, trying to spread education, motherfuckers, you phone, the PlayStation, from days to days, son, motherfuckers, it's amazing, motherfuckers, pick your brains and raise it, trying to just blaze it, chillin', motherfuckers, hey. Bad with this fat ass in these motherfuckers. Well, they got that X to the future limit. That. Yo. It's reciprocal, it's typical, smoke weed, it's just simple, low motherfuckers see you on I can't think of nothing. Shit, I'm gonna my car will start and it's better than Chicago. That was like 25, 28, I don't know what that was. It was way like 25 years ago. Yeah, it was like 27, 28 years ago. Yeah, so what's everybody, anybody have any thoughts about, any questions about conspiracy shit? I'm just gonna sit here and listen to beats, no lyrics. I can't think of a rhyme for this. I can't rhyme for this one for some reason. I don't know lyrics, man. Yeah, you kind of hear them in the background. We should put this one up. My friend that died in 2000. Is that playing? Where it is first. Okay, let's see. Where is the start here? My rap fans. Okay, so we'll go back to Sweden. What about Sweden? What you talking about? Yeah, this is I didn't know these lyrics were so bad. I've heard this song like a million times. I can't even. Jesus Christ, I'm not reading that shit. Yeah, those lyrics are pretty obscene. I listened to this song since like 98. I didn't know the words were so brutal. Yeah. Even sing that song. Yeah, so what was check out a series of Oh, he's better than that. He's better. I'm trying to slow my roach joy. Yeah, I think I like this movie better. See what bust out when I really could rap before I go. Anybody got any rate some like words and I'll put them in a rap. So I can't think of any words. like a name of a celebrity or somebody you want me to diss on. Who you want me to diss on? I'll make a song about dissing on somebody. Just name a name. Name a name and I'll diss on. I'm dissing. It's my mission. Before I roll through, never bow down, never submission. Yo, I don't need your permission. Slip, bitch, motherfucker, you better slip. Cause I'm motherfucking rolling through with the motherfucking, with some shit. I'm on it, my mind is haunted. I'm coming back, flawless, flawless. Motherfucking break it, coming back. I seen your mama naked. I was just joking. But when I was on the porch, I was no, I'm not slamming those. I'm not. Oh, Shitler. I could talk about Shitler. Oh, well, yo, it's Shitler. He's German. He's Berman. I can't say that. I'm like a small part German. I don't even know. You know, he was Austrian. Yo, I seen a Nazi playing Yahtzee. That's it. Yo, how about yo, I make fun of Karl Marx, and then he's got a dog that borrows barks. He's got sparrows with hollow sparks. Okay, yeah, this what is it, like the fourth roach joint or smoke? Fucking brain is fried over here. I'm about to pass out. Yo, I smoke roaches. I seen the occult, the motherfucking approaches with the motherfucking vultures, roll through like vultures. Master P like no limit soldiers. I'm motherfucking better than Andrew Cobra Tate. Motherfucker, he's a bitch. He can't delegate. I got motherfucking hella fate, bro, with an elephant. That motherfucking celibate. Yo, I'm too intelligent. I need to hella quit. Roll with some motherfucking nacho cheese and some relish, bitch. And I relish in yo. Yo, I rap. Yo, I'm rapping in style like Bible verses. Then I motherfucking raid rival curses. Jesus. Yeah, all the news is so. Is there really have any news going on? Alright, I'm putting the brutal beat back on. I'm drinking on that coffee. But I think we're gonna put conspiracy shit in the anime. I think that'll make it cool. I mean, technically, people like underground anime cartoons, so I mean, a cartoon that's uploaded to YouTube, but some shitty YouTuber, namely me, is that's about as far underground as you can get. I would get. I mean, yeah. So we make the anime like a surrealist story about Cthulhu, but like we put in modern things into the story to get people's minds working. You know, seemed like it was cooler when I was. Wait, that was the wrong one. Okay.